Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have part one of a case with a couple where dad took the child and removed him from mom's care after their son told his father that he was afraid of mom's boyfriend. He was granted restraining orders against both mom and the boyfriend, but despite the restraining order allowing mom to have supervised visits, mom has not really seen the child in the last 8 months because she refuses to allow dad's family to supervise. Dad wants continued supervised visitation, but mom wants 50-50 custody, so they're going to have a trial to establish a parenting plan. We'll hear tons of accusations thrown around at the trial, including drama with dad's divorce to his current wife, DV, substance abuse, cheating, toxic family members, and so much more. Will the judge agree that mom needs supervised visitation because of her boyfriend? Let's find out. This case has been split into 2 parts due to its length. Part 1 will be their trial, and Part 2 will be the 18 hearings they have after the trial so the judge can review their compliance with her rulings. Don't forget to watch Part 2 after you finish this video to see how this case ends. I'll link it for you in the description box below.
Essentially what she's proposing is that you would be allowed to use any information that's from Miss Miller that's been filed under declaration or photos. She wouldn't object to that, even though she's not here, if you allow the exhibits that she's proposing, so that you both be able to just present everything that you have with no objection.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then obviously if either of you, I'm not going to say you can't object to anything. If there's something that's concerning that's brought up at any point and you want to raise an objection, I'm happy to hear that and we'll deal with it. But if we have a kind of just a generalized agreement that each side is allowed to just present everything that they can to the court, and everybody's okay with that, I'm fine with that as well.
I'm fine with that as well, Your Honor. You might hear me object to certain things like foundational issues, but again, I'd still allow her to bring it in, but I would direct her to, answer like where was the photo from or things like that. And also if I do hear, for example, hearsay from a statement or something that I've never heard before from a declarant I'm unfamiliar with, I will object to hearsay on that.
All right. Okay. Anything else before we go to opening?
No.
Okay. And I guess I want to ask a last question. Any scheduling issues or time frame issues today?
No, Your Honor, we have this for the full day, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't anticipate us going for too long today. I think we'll probably be wrapped up by lunch.
Okay. Well, if there are any issues like that, we do have the full day reserved. So if we need to take a longer lunch and whatever needs to happen, but if we get done this morning, great. Okay. All right. So
one more thing, Your Honor, I would like to say if Ms. Mosquita does, because these are emotional topics, if she does feel the need to take some breaks, I would be completely fine with that, so she could gather herself and her thoughts and figure out what she's doing. And that's fine, perfectly fine with me.
yes, if anybody needs a break, including, I'm going to add, I think I have Cheryl Cutter in the courtroom today. So including the clerk, if you need a break, just any of you, let me know. Okay. So Ms. Holder, any opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor. So this is a trial over a petition for a parenting plan that Mr. And you'll have to forgive me if my emails pop up occasionally. If Mr. Miller had proposed a parenting plan. The plan was proposed as a result of a domestic protective order that was filed against Miss Mosquita's fiance, if I'm not mistaken. And there was some allegations of physical abuse against his son, Michael Miller III, who we were going to refer to as Bubba. There was some domestic issues brought up in the home. And so Mr. Miller decided that it was best for his son to remove him from that situation, file a protective order against the alleged Mr. Chaddock, and then go ahead and file a petition for a parenting plan to get custody in place. And so that is what we are in trial today for. As I go through, I've got Mr. Miller is going to testify as a witness, as well as his mother, Janine, and his father, Michael Miller Sr. And they are going to testify to his interactions with Bubba, how Bubba has improved since he's left his mother's custody. And what we are asking is that the petition for the parenting plan stay as it is. And currently, Miss Amesquita has authorized by the court for supervised visitations. And so we would stay with that, and we would stay with full custody for Mr. Miller. At this point in the parenting plan, we have not asked for child support, but if the court deems it necessary for him to have full support, we would amend and modify the petition to then go seek full child support.
And so the proposed parenting plan from December 8th is what we should be working off.
Yes, Your Honor. And I've also included it as exhibit number 7.
Perfect. Thank you.
Along with all the filings, minus, I believe, the certificates of service and things like that are not included.
Okay. All right. And just as a clarification, the protection order was entered in December. And so Bubba's been with Mr. Miller since that was entered.
He has been with Mr. Miller since about mid-October, maybe even the beginning of October.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, Ms. Amesquita, any opening statements that you would like to make? You can also wait and do your opening statements after they've presented all their testimony.
Yeah, I'll kind of do it like an opening statement. So I got all this like dropped on me. I had a baby September 30th, and I asked Michael to help with taking Bubba because I couldn't drive for 2 weeks. So I had him try to take him to school while I was on maternity leave and recovering from a C-section. And then I got dropped with all this court stuff and accusations and all this stuff. So I've been going through with CPS and the police nonstop and dealing with them and working with them to try to get my son back. And then I get the protection order on me. We were waiting for the CPS reports because in Mike's protection order, Commissioner Nelson put that we could submit CPS report when it was done to get the protection order dropped. So we were working on that, and it took forever for us to get the paperwork back. And then I did respond to Michael's parenting plan because I wanted 50-50. Because I believe it should be 50-50, not just one-sided with him. Because I kind of find that unfair. As a mother, I want to see my child, and I think we both should have 50-50. So I've been working on contacting CPS to have them help. And then I have been like calling my son every so often when Michael lets me to talk to him. And then my calls are like maybe a minute or two because he's a young child and gets occupied with other things. But I just want to see my son and talk to him more.
I'm just going to ask a clarifying question, if you don't mind. Is the CPS case finished, or is it still?
All of it's finished. We got all of our paperwork, and we have all the documents from them now. I just couldn't submit them because we got them yesterday.
Okay. All right. And you indicated, so your only witness now would be Mr. Chaddock.
Yes, because
Okay.
Nicole, because of their divorce, it would be a conflict of interest with Michael and his attorney with her divorce proceedings.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
All right, Ms. Holder, your first witness.
My first witness is going to be Michael Miller.
Junior or?
This, sorry, my apologies. This is Junior. Senior
Okay.
will be testifying.
All right.
I'm sorry. There's so many mics in this case.
All right. If I could have you raise your right hand for me, please. Do you promise or affirm all the testimony and evidence you're going to present here today is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? All right. You're going to have to speak up but I saw you and heard you say I do. And then if you could just state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Michael Sean Miller Jr. Miller.
Thank you very much. All right, go ahead.
Mr. Miller, what is your address?
Washington.
And how long have you lived in that home?
Roughly about 3 years.
And how old are you?
I'm 28.
And what job do you have?
I work at Foster Farms as a truck driver.
Okay, and what kind of job responsibilities do you have?
Mainly just backing in trailers to load food products.
How many hours a week do you work?
About 40.
And what is your schedule like?
I work a swing shift / graveyard shift. So I work from like 5:30 to about 4 in the morning.
And that's 5:30 in the evening?
Yes,
Okay. And how many children do you have?
I have to.
And how old are your children? What are their names?
Michael Miller III and Olivia Miller.
Okay. And Michael Miller III is the child at issue here.
Yes.
And he goes by Bubba.
Yeah.
Or Buddy. Okay. And who are the mothers of these children?
Angela and Nicole Miller.
And Angel is the mother of which child?
Michael Miller.
And Olivia's mother is who? Okay. Now, who all lives
I'm
in the
gonna
home?
I'm gonna pause you for a second. Madam Clerk, can you verify that we're picking up Mr. Miller on the record? Because I feel like some of it is cutting out.
If you could talk a little louder, that would be great.
Okay.
Do you think?
I can also move my computer a little bit closer to pick up.
All right. It's almost like it's a dead spot. I see his mouth moving, but I don't hear anything. And then the
Now,
next
that's
thing I
okay.
do
wanna
hear.
make sure
So,
we're getting it clear.
all right. I appreciate that. Thank
So
you.
you can see me here, so I'm in the corner.
All right.
Okay. So who all lives in the home with you at 24 Alpha Drive?
My son, my daughter, and me. And then when I go to work, my mom is staying with me to watch the kids.
And how many days a week does she stay there in the house?
4.
And so are any of the children in school currently?
My son is Michael Miller.
And
He is in kindergarten. We'll be moving into 1st grade next year.
how often do you see your children?
Usually when I get home from work, I stay up in the morning, I spend time with them, and then on my days off, I get Sunday through Tuesday off, so I usually make plans, spend time with them.
All right. And Olivia, how often do you get to see her?
I see her every other week because me and Nicole have 50-50 on custody for now.
And you're currently going through a divorce with Nicole right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and custody is an issue in that case.
Yeah.
Would you say that's the biggest issue in that case?
I would say pertaining to Olivia is my main concern.
So prior to October of last year, October of 22, Bubba only stayed with you, or when did Bubba stay with you?
It was usually every weekend. I usually had any of the days off I had. Most of my work schedules were Friday through Sunday off, so I would pick him up Friday, right when I woke up, and then I would drop him off Monday on my way to work.
And why did you take custody of Bubba in fall of 22?
Due to my son coming to me and multiple family members, as well as my ex-wife, and talking to us about domestic violence that was happening in the home.
So what kind of things was your son?
He was saying things like when he's over there that Mike is mean to him.
When he's over where?
Over at his mom's house, that Mike is mean to him, and Mike's him in the back of the head, him in the.
Okay. Does he say anything else about any domestic accusations?
He has told me about stories of his mom and Chaddock fighting and witnessing that in detail about his mom's Mike and him spitting on her.
Him being who?
Chaddock spitting on Angel.
Okay. Have you ever seen any indications of physical on your son?
I have his arm. When he had came over one day, Nicole was giving him a bath at our house, and when she was giving him a bath, she had noticed on his arm, and they were imprints. And when she asked my son about where it came from, he had stated that Mike Chaddock had.
I'm going to show the witness a picture. Is this the picture of your son's arm?
Yes.
Okay. And who took this picture?
Nicole.
Okay. And how did you end up with the picture?
With me, when I was filing the protection order against Chaddock.
Okay. And were you there when Nicole discovered the photos on your son, or discovered the marks on your son?
Yes, I was. She told me.
Okay. And how did you react?
I had called Angel and informed her about it, and told her that this wasn't okay, and if I'd seen this again, I was going to take action such as taking my son. And she didn't know what to do. I figured she would do something about it. And immediately after hanging up on the phone call with her, Chaddock had called me in a panic, trying to apologize for it, trying to say it was an accident on my son's arm.
So did my child admit to that he was the one?
Yes.
All right. Do you know if anyone else saw those? Go ahead, Your Honor.
Did you ask for admitting that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I would ask at this time that we admit my proposed Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Okay. And Ms. Amaskita, that's the photo that was provided in that.
Yes, I know when that photo was taken. It was taken about 2 years ago.
So are you objecting to that photo? Or, well, I guess you can.
It's
I'll admit the
not
photo.
relevant to anything.
I'll admit the photo, and then you can provide any testimony that you want regarding that photo. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Holder.
Mr. Miller, when was that picture taken?
Like she said, it was roughly about 2 years ago.
So it was taken in 2021,
Yes.
but you didn't take custody of your son until 2022.
I figured talking to Angel, she would have done something to protect my son.
So were there more allegations after this one from 2021?
That's when my son came to me telling me about what was going on over there with the domestic and Mike and the domestic between her and Chaddock.
So when did your son come to you with more allegations of domestic?
It's roughly around the time that about September-ish, he had started talking to me.
And that was September of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Was that also the time that Miss Amaskita had her child? Okay. So am I correct in that your son, Bubba, told you about more domestic allegations when he came to stay with you when she had her baby?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you saw there were more accusations of domestic that your son was saying Michael Chaddock was committing against him and his mother, how did you react?
I tried to talk to her again to see why he was saying these things and what was going on, because this was uncommon. He had never talked like this. And then I eventually she wasn't wanting to explain herself or what was going on over there. So I took custody of my son because I figured it was an unsafe environment for him.
When you say that she wasn't willing to talk about it or explain herself, what do you mean?
I tried to talk to her on multiple occasions about it, and they had just told me that he was lying to me, that he was just a kid. He didn't know what he was saying.
Did Miss Amaskita ever see the marks on your son?
Yes, she did.
And who else did anybody else see the marks on your son?
shown my family pictures of the marks, my mom, my dad, my grandparents, Nicole.
And do you know if Bubba ever went to any of those people and told them about the alleged domestic?
He went to Nicole, one of the first people. He then further and told my grandparents. He had talked to me about it right after Nicole, and he had told my mom, my dad, pretty much everybody in my family has heard about it.
I'm going to shift gears a little bit. You said that Bubba is in school.
Yeah.
And what grade is he in again?
He's in kindergarten.
Okay. And do you know how he's doing in school now?
Now, from what his teachers have told me, he has made huge improvements. He is able to read, he's able to write, he's able to do math, spell. He's completely turned around.
Okay. When you say turned around from what?
From how he was when he had first started school at Wallace, when he was staying with his mother, he was acting out, such as hitting other kids, kicking them, spitting on them, and running away from his teachers.
Now, I want to show you what I've previously marked as Exhibit 2, and this is his attendance record and his school record from Lexington and Wallace. Now, remind me again when you took custody or you got custody of Bubba. It was around October of 2022.
Yes, so it was around beginning to mid-October.
Okay. Now these records for Bubba, how have you ever seen them before?
Yes.
And
Ms. Holder, you're cutting out when you get too far off.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Mr. Miller, when have you seen these records before, these school records?
I think a couple weeks. Okay. Look at them.
Okay. And these records are both from elementary and from elementary.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, this is a full accounting of the school record.
Yes.
And how do you know it is?
Because I went to the school, I asked for both schools for complete absences, days missed, all that.
Okay. And are you aware that Ms. Amaskita also proposed her own exhibit with the school schedule?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is yours any different from hers?
Mine has the full entire year versus just a cutout.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to admit into evidence what's been previously marked as proposed exhibit number 2 with the school records from elementary.
All right. And just to confirm, Ms. Amaskita, you have those as part of what you received?
Yeah, I just dug through and found them. I haven't had a chance to look at them.
Okay.
Because I know like on here it shows like some of the attendance.
You'll note that.
And I know when
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I know when he was in school not being Have, I would go and sit with him in school and help him with a counselor. And we tried working out a plan for his behavior because he wouldn't sit still long enough to like try to do work. So I'd have to come and pick him up early because of that.
Ms. Amaskita, does these pages, so exhibit 2 is marked pages 1 through 10. Does this look like his school attendance record to you?
Yeah, it shows. Yeah, it shows that.
Okay.
I just don't have access to the elementary school stuff because I didn't know he changed schools.
Okay, I'm gonna admit number 2.
Okay.
All right. Now, I do want to call attention to exhibit 2, specifically to the date in, I believe it is page, make sure I got my pages right here. Page 7 of exhibit 2, you will see that in September through October of 2022. Are you familiar with this, Mr. Miller, with the dates that your son was out of school?
Yes, I am.
Do you know what was going on there?
He was having behavioral issues, like I said, kicking. Part of his problem was he couldn't focus. The other part was he was having episodes of hitting, kicking, spitting. But we had gotten his behavior kind of on track whenever I took him to the doctor to get him on his ADHD medication.
And were you aware that he had out of school suspensions?
Yes,
Do you know off the top of your head about how many he had?
about 4.
And do you know why he got out of school suspensions?
That was due to he was showing violent behavior.
And there are,
Ms. Holder, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I want to call your attention, Mr. Miller, to October 18th down through November, and you will notice that there are a lot of unexcused absences. And that was when your son was in custody with you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, can you explain what those unexcused absences are?
I had talked to the school. It was more of a miscommunication between the school on marking it down. I had already talked to them. They had planned on fixing it. I had told the school that until I was able to get him on some sort of medication to get him under control with his ADHD, that it wouldn't do him any good to go to school and get sent home after an hour due to the behavior he was showing. So I had taken him out of school and taken him to the doctor, got him on medication. Part of that was I had to watch him for a week to make sure that the medication had no side effects to it, to where he wasn't too drowsy or zombified from the medication. So I had to just really keep an eye on him before I sent him back to school.
Brings me to what has been previously marked as exhibit number 3. Do you recognize this letter, Mr. Miller?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is a letter from the Kelso School District about those dates, stating that it was due to medical reasons that he was out.
Okay. And when you went and talked to the school, did you go and talk to the school?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would now put into evidence what's been previously marked as exhibit number 3, which is a letter from the Kelso School District.
And Ms. Amiskita, I just want to confirm that you have that letter. It looks like it's from a Dina McGee.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll admit number 4.
I believe that was number 3, Your Honor.
Sorry, 3.
Okay. Now I want to go back to exhibit 2. And since you have had custody of your son, he is now at which school?
Elementary school.
Okay, and that would be starting on page 1 of exhibit 2.
Yes.
Okay. Now I do notice that there are several instances, for example, on November 9th of 2022 and January 18th of 2023, that he either was sent home early or that he missed school for discipline reasons. Can you explain what was going on there?
I have been working with the school, the counselors, basically trying to do everything I can for him because they said he's showing signs of fight or flight responses at school, like he just can't control himself, and he kind of has like moments of like, I guess an example would be fireworks going off, he kind of panics and goes into these episodes. And so I had taken it upon myself to get him into therapy because in my belief it kind of just has to do with what he was going through.
Now, when you say a flight or fight response, what does that look like when your son does that?
For him, it's more of running off, not listening, like zones out, and he may show violent behavior. So, like such as like ripping things apart or taking off running from his teachers, not listening.
Okay. And since he has been medicated, does he still do that?
every so often, but it's not near as what it was.
Okay. So just so I'm understanding, his behavior before his medication was worse than it is now, but he still displays some discipline issues.
You couldn't even attend school. It was that bad.
So if he couldn't attend school, was he going to school?
He would go there for about an hour, and then me or Angel would get a phone call to come pick him up because of his behavior.
And how often was that happening?
Honestly, it was about almost every day.
Every day. Now, you mentioned that he is still having some issues.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna bring your attention to what I previously marked as Exhibit 4. Mr. Miller, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this?
That is a threat assessment from his school.
Okay, and when you read the date on that for me?
5/8/2023.
So this is still pretty recent.
Yes.
Okay. And this states that Michael has recently shown escalated behavior in school, initiating this threat assessment.
Yes.
Okay. And the concerning behavior includes writing repeatedly and targeting another student in class. Did you ever have a conversation with the school about this issue?
Yeah, I actually attended the meeting and went over the threat assessment in a meeting.
And what was that meeting like?
We had talked about a lot of his issues and a lot of his problems and how we could get to a point where he was better and to where he wasn't talking about this kind of thing or showing because it seemed like to the school he was showing a lot of anger or resentment towards something.
Okay. And how did you get this letter?
The school gave me a copy.
Okay. I would move at this time to admit what's been previously marked as Exhibit 4 into evidence.
You have that, Miss Mosquito?
Yeah, I do. I'm just confused because like I never got one from the school either, or a call from the school.
Well, I don't have an answer to why that could possibly be, but given the type of record it is, I'll admit number 4.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, at this, that threat record was from May of this year, so pretty recent. Have there been other issues with the school where you've gotten called in? Okay. Have there been any issues like where he made any kind of drawings or he said anything specifically to teachers that raised attention?
Yeah, so there was an incident where he was drawing on the whiteboard and drawing different, like kids do, like I think it was some transformer things, and he had drawn them. And when asked about what it was, because his teacher said it seemed like a pretty violent picture, and his teacher had asked him about what the drawing was, and he said that he was the good guy with a good transformer, and he was fighting somebody that he had portrayed as Evil Mike.
Evil Mike. Now, your name is Mike. Does he call you Mike? Does your son call you Mike?
No.
Okay. So from your understanding in having this conversation with the school, who do you think Killer Mike is?
I would believe it would be Mike Chaddick. That is the only person he calls Mike.
And you got called to school to talk to the teachers about that incident specifically?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you're trying to put your son or have put your son in therapy.
Yes.
And he is now under medication, which would be for ADHD.
Yes.
Do you know specifically what type of medication that is? It's like Adderall or Vyvanse?
Not Adderall, it's the other one from, I believe.
Okay. And do you by any chance know who prescribed that for him?
I don't remember his name.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit number 5, and these are documents from Columbia Wellness. Did you take him to the doctor at Columbia Wellness?
I had to work that day, so my grandmother had taken me. I did go to his first assessment
Okay.
to be there with him.
So because of your work schedule, you had another family member take him to the doctor that day.
Yes,
All right. And what family member was that?
that was my grandmother.
So that was your grandmother
Yes.
and Bubba's great grandmother.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know by any chance how that doctor's visit went?
Yeah. As far as I know, what his, because I talked to his therapist and she said that it seemed to her that he had some sort of post-traumatic stress disorder from some sort of domestic violence, and in her belief, it was domestic violence in the household at his mom's.
All right. So I just want to be clear, who scheduled this doctor's visit for him?
That was
So you scheduled this doctor's visit?
Yes.
And even though you couldn't attend, you had your grandmother take him. All right. I would move to admit the exhibit, which has been previously marked as exhibit number 5 into evidence.
Right, and confirming, Miss Mosquito, you have, it looks like Columbia Wellness, there's a packet of 6 and then a couple packets of, I shouldn't say packets, but bundles of 2 age reports. All from
Yeah,
Columbia
yeah,
Wellness.
I'm looking over it right now.
So given the nature of the documents, I'll admit number 5.
Do you know at this doctor's visit what his primary diagnosis was?
Is the only thing they could come up with, because he's only had 2 visits, but in their belief, it was just PTSD is why he reacts the way he does.
Okay, so PTSD would, what's listed on exhibit number 5, page 10, is that his primary, Bubba's primary diagnosis has been adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance of emotions and conduct, with a secondary diagnosis of unspecified attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Does that sound about right to you? Now, at this doctor's visit, do you know if your son was directly, if your son directly talked to the doctor and what he said?
I didn't attend the second one. The first one was an initiation to kind of, for me to go over a discussion with his therapist about what's been going on with him. So I don't know exactly what he said.
Okay. I would direct the court's attention to page 5 of exhibit 5. And I'm assuming that client would be what we're now calling patients, and patient would be your son. Does your son ever smack his head on does he ever smack his head on the forehead when he gets frustrated?
Yeah, he does.
Does he say things like, why does my brain make me do these things?
He does.
What does he do with his fingers?
Fingers?
Yeah.
Oh, he chews on them a lot.
Chews on them? Does he pick at them?
Yeah.
Okay. Has your son ever made comments to you like, I'm going to die? Okay. In exhibit 5, page 5, your grandmother had reported to the doctor that after spending a day with his mother, he said, I'm going to die, and said that mother's boyfriend, Mike Chaddock, told him. Do you know if Mike Chaddock says things to your son that upset your son?
He has said that if he goes back over there, yeah, that's what he feels is gonna happen.
Now, speaking of medical and area people, have you ever talked to CPS about your son?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you do that? Do you remember?
It was a short time period after taking my son.
So after getting custody of your son,
Yes.
you have had interactions with CPS.
Yes, I went there. They interviewed my son as well. They had told me after the interview with my son that it would be in best interest that he stays with me.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as exhibit 13. Going to the back of the packet on this one. One second. Okay. Do you recognize what this document is?
Think so?
Okay, I will turn to page. I'll turn to page 67 of 80. Did you ever talk to a social worker? Okay, and did the social worker come to your door and you answered?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you have had contact with CPS and they have talked to you about your son.
Yes.
Do you know if anyone else in your family has talked to CPS?
I think my grandfather did. I think he actually helped me make the call
Okay.
to CPS.
Do you remember what you talked to CPS about?
It was about domestic over there and about the things my son was saying towards Chadwick.
Is that the first interaction you've had with CPS?
Yeah, I've never had to deal with CPS.
Okay. At this time, I would move to enter what's been previously marked as Exhibit 13 into evidence.
Ms. Amaskita, you have the CPS reports from DCYF.
Yeah, am I allowed to see this? Because my reports have everything blocked out. Because
Yeah.
of the law. Okay. I'm just making sure because mine are blocked out.
Are you referring to like who they talked to and that kind of information, or the actual?
Yeah, because like on ours, the narrative is all blocked out and it won't tell me like who did the report.
Okay.
But on like how it says on the very end of page 71, it's blocked out, I think, her age. I just want to make sure I'm not like going to get in trouble for like knowing all this stuff.
It's been offered as an exhibit, and I'm gonna admit the exhibit, so no, I mean.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
All right, so 13 will be admitted.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk about Bubba's home life. Okay, so does he have his own room?
Yes.
Okay, and does he share it with anybody?
No, not at the moment.
So he has his own room.
Yes.
Does he have a bedtime?
Yes, 9 o'clock on school nights. I let him stay at maybe till 9:30 on the weekends.
Okay. Now you're not home every night during the week because of your job, correct?
No.
So who makes sure he gets to bed?
My mom.
And your mom is the one that she lives in the house with you 4 days a week.
Yes.
All right. So she gets him to bed. Who makes him dinner?
That'd be me or my mom, whatever's home.
Okay. So if you're home and you're not working, you make him dinner. And if you are not home because you're working, your mom makes him dinner.
Yes.
Okay. Now he does get medication. Who makes sure he takes his medication?
Depending on the day, usually my days fall on some of the school days. So first thing in the morning, it's either me or my mother.
And does he get his medication every single day?
Yes.
All right. Was he taking any kind of medication when his mother had custody? You mentioned that you had talked to her about getting him on medication.
Yes.
Did she agree with you that he needed to be on medication?
No.
Okay. What were those conversations like?
I brought it up before, and the response I got from her was that her and Chadwick did not agree with him being on any sort of medication because they didn't want him, drugged up, is what they said.
So from your understanding, neither Angel, Miss Amaskita, neither Mike nor Mike Chadwick wanted to put your son on medication.
No.
Okay. So now I want to switch gears and I want to talk about your relationship with Miss Amaskita. Okay. When did you meet her?
I met her in high school.
When did you start dating her?
I believe it was my junior year.
So you were 16, 17?
Yeah, I was about 16.
Okay. And how long did you date her?
I dated her for, I want to say, roughly 6 years.
And when, how far into the 6 years before Bubba was born?
I think it was there towards the end, back in,
It was the beginning of the last year we were dating.
Thank you, Ms. Amesquita. And Angel lived with you and your family, right?
yes,
Can you tell me what brought about that situation?
very unfair living conditions for mom. And at the time, I wanted to help her. I wanted to make sure that she grew up in a stable home where she got everything she needed. And so I talked to my parents, and they agreed to move her in and take care of her.
And how long did Ms. Amesquita live with you and your family?
Since the time we started dating, so about, she lived in my dad's house for roughly about 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years. And how old was Bubba when you and Miss Amesquita broke up? And during that 6 years, what was your relationship with her like?
We didn't really have too many issues. I mean, normal relationship, you know, we had disagreements, we had arguments. I know there were times where she had cheated on me, you know, had an affair, and that was kind of the spark at the end of our relationship when I found out. That is, I tried to make it work, but the feelings just weren't there.
Right. And was there any domestic violence in your relationship with Miss Amesquita?
No.
Why did your relationship with her end?
I had feelings for my best friend at the time.
And who was your best friend? And is that your now estranged wife? Do you know what Miss Amesquita's and Nicole Miller's relationship was like prior to you dating Miss Amesquita?
Times before we got to meet, Angel had gotten together, but Angel knew that me and Nicole had a connection. So she had a lot of jealousy issues when it came to that relationship I had with Nicole. And basically, she didn't really want to be friends with Nicole. She didn't like her, and then.
So they stopped being friends because of you?
Yes.
Were you able to maintain a friendship with Miss Miller while you were with Miss Amesquita? Okay. Did you maintain a relationship with her the entire time you were with Miss Amesquita? Okay. You were friends with Miss Miller, and you said that she's your best friend.
Yes.
Was there ever a time when you were not friends with Miss Miller?
Yeah, Angel had discovered that in high school we were writing love letters to each other back and forth. And the letters at the time meant a lot to me, so I kept them in a drawer. And one of the days, Angel had discovered all those letters, and it led to an argument. And she had told me that I was not allowed to talk to Nicole anymore. So for about a year, we didn't speak at all.
But eventually you started talking to Nicole again.
Yeah.
Okay. And you ended your relationship with Miss Amesquita to be with Miss Miller.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when the relationship with Miss Amesquita ended, who broke up with who?
I broke up with her because I had feelings for my best friend.
Okay. And how did Miss Amesquita take the breakup?
She did not take it well. She had, when I had told her that I had been with her best friend, not her best friend, my best friend, sorry. When I had told her about wanting to be with Nicole, she kind of lost it. She had took off running up the road, and she was crying and trying to cut herself on a stop sign and slamming her head into the road in the ditch. And I actually was trying to help her, and I had to pick her up out of the ditch to stop her from hurting herself.
You know if did anybody call the police?
As far as I know, I did. I thought she was in herself.
Okay, did the police come
Yes.
and did you talk to them?
Yeah, I told them exactly what had happened. I said, I feel that she's not safe to herself, that she's panicking. I just broke up with her and I just don't want anything to happen to her.
Okay. At that time, Miss Amesquita had already given birth to Bubba, correct?
Yes.
So after you broke up with her, did you co-parent with Miss Amesquita?
I did.
Okay, and how did that co-parenting go?
It was about a 50-50. I took him any of my days off that I could because I wanted to see him. I had, like I said, is at the time I was having a Friday through Sunday off, so I'd pick him up on Friday and I would take him and drop him off at school on Monday.
So is it safe to say that after the original bumps you encountered in the initial breakup, that you got along pretty well co-parenting with her?
Yeah, because she, I don't know, after the breakup, she didn't hate me. She didn't act like she hated me. She just acted like she hated Nicole.
So how long did you go without having a parenting plan in place?
Up until I filed it in December.
At this time, I would like to draw your attention to what's been previously marked as exhibit number 7, which is the parenting plan in this case. You filed the parenting plan, correct?
Yeah.
And why did you file it?
Because I felt there was a need for one at the time due to the domestic violence that had been brought to my attention.
And in filing for this petition, I'll bring to your attention what's marked as number 12 or page 8
Yes.
of the exhibit, where you marked that there was no need for child support at the time.
Not at the time.
Why didn't you want child support at the time?
I had figured she would have kind of figured out the situation and kind of chosen her kid, over what's going on in her household. And I figured maybe there was a chance, but now it's having to pay for everything for him it's a lot.
And whenever you filed the petition for the parenting plan, you also asked for a restraining order, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and why did you want a restraining order?
What's your restraining order?
For your attention, sorry. The restraining order that's labeled in the petition, you asked for one specifically for.
Right. Yeah, I know that was a restraining order on Mike Chaddick because he is the one that has domestically abused my son.
At this time, I would move to evidence of previously marked as exhibit number 7, the parenting plan.
And Miss Amesquita, you have copies of that, correct?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. What was it? I couldn't hear them.
It's the parenting plan, and he filed the one that he filed originally back in December.
Yeah,
That you responded to.
Yeah, the one I responded to it.
Yes, so 7 will be admitted.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you wanted a restraining order because of Mike Chaddick specifically.
Yeah.
Okay. I would draw your attention to what's previously been marked as proposed exhibit number 6. This is a petition for a protective order. And you filed this October 17th of 2022.
Yes.
And again, why did you file a restraining order or a domestic violence protective order or a DVPO?
Because of everything my son said, because he said that he was scared of Mike, that he didn't want to go back. And I believe my son, and I wanted to make sure that he was safe.
Okay. And when you filed this petition, did you ask family members to fill out declarations for you?
Yes, I did. I went to everybody that he had talked to and asked them if they could write statements on what he had told them.
And to your knowledge, they did, and that's what's in the parenting plan.
Yes.
Or sorry, that's what's in the domestic violence protective order against Mike Chaddick.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to also draw your attention to your handwriting. At the caption, is that your handwriting?
No,
Is that, you know, if that's the clerk's handwriting?
no, it's my handwriting's sloppy.
Okay, so this, page 3, that's your handwriting?
No,
Is your handwriting in this petition at all, Mr. Miller?
no,
So whose handwriting is it?
that would be Nicole Miller.
So Nicole Miller, she wrote what was in this petition,
Yes,
but are these your words?
they are my words.
Okay, so why did Miss Miller write the words in the petition?
Because my handwriting doesn't look that good.
So is it fair to say that Miss Miller was, she helped you fill out a DVPO against Mike Chaddock?
Yes, she had came over because I asked her, I said, hey, will you help me fill this out? And she came over and she filled out all the paperwork.
I would like to admit into evidence what's been previously marked as Exhibit 6, which is the petition for protective order against Mike Chaddock.
Do you have that paperwork, Miss Amaskita?
I do.
All right.
I'm just confused because I'm just trying to figure out which one they're referring to, the one that was denied or the one that was like approved.
Okay, so Your Honor, if I may.
Sure.
Ms. Amaskita, in exhibit number 6, if you'll see at the very first page of exhibit number 6, you'll see that there are different dates with different descriptions of what the documents are. You'll see that some of that, the petition is the first document, and that's what Mr. Miller put in as a petition to get the DVPO. And then you can see that there was originally a denial order, and that there was another petition, and it's substantially similar. And all the documents are listed. Now, okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'll admit 6.
And Mr. Miller, Ms. Amaskita did raise something, which was there was a denial order. Why was the petition for a DVPO against Michael Chaddock originally denied?
I had technical difficulties getting on Zoom.
And did you fill out a declaration stating that you had technical difficulties?
I had called them and asked, and I think I just filled out a new one. I didn't.
Where you're cutting out again, Ms. Holder.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I would direct the court's attention and Mr. Miller's attention to exhibit 6, page 40. There was a declaration. Mr. Miller, did you write due to technical difficulties and no service on my cell phone, I was late in appearing? Okay.
My memories.
That's okay, there's one paperwork. Okay. What was the outcome of the DVPO petition against Mike Chaddock?
It was signed by a judge that he had a restraining order on him again. Stand for both me and my son that he was not allowed within 1,000 feet of them. Oh, me and my son.
And what date was that?
I believe it was December 19th, 2022.
Now, on December, I believe it was December of 22nd of 2022, 3 days after the order was put in for a domestic violence protective order.
Yes.
Ms. Amaskita filed a petition for a protective order against you. Can you tell me what happened there?
Yeah, shortly after I got a restraining order against Mike Chaddock, her boyfriend, she went out and filed a stalking order against me for some reason.
You filed a protective order alleging you were stalking her. Do you remember what kind of allegation she made that you were stalking her?
I know, she just didn't have any evidence. really make allegations. She just wanted to file a stalking order against me.
And what happened with that petition for a domestic violence protective order against you?
That's fine.
Sorry, a DVPO. Sorry, it is a DVPO. It was a stalking.
Okay, yeah, no, it got denied.
And do you know why it got denied?
There was no evidence of stalking.
Okay. And do you recognize that this is the petition she filed?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit into evidence what's been previously marked as exhibit number 8, the petition for protective order from Ms. Amosquita against Mr. Miller.
And Miss Amosquita, you have those copies in here as well?
Yeah, I have those.
All right, so admit 8.
And then after that was denied,
Yeah.
Did you ever file a petition for a protective order against Ms. Amosquita?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I think it was shortly after that because she had told me she was gonna take my son back over to the house, or she put him back over there around Chaddock.
Did you ever have any reason to believe that she was going to do that?
She took him out of school. There's a day that she came and picked him up out of school and took him back to the house over there.
Do you remember what day that was?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Go back to what's been marked, what's been admitted as exhibit number 2 on February 6th of 2023 of this year.
Yes.
There's a comment, 10:20 mom.
Yeah.
Do you believe that's when Miss Amosquita took your son out of school?
Yes, because she waited until I dropped him off at school so she could run over there and take him out of school, take him back to the house where Chaddock resides.
So just so I understand, you dropped your son off at school that morning,
Yes.
and then Miss Amosquita waited for you to drop him off,
Yes.
and then she took him out of school at 10:20 in the morning, and she took him back home to her house.
To her house, yes.
On exhibit number 9, what's been proposed as exhibit number 9, what was the outcome of that protection order?
It was filed against her and it was signed off by a judge.
You know why the judge signed off on it?
I believe mostly because Chaddock still resides in the home.
At this time, I would like to move into evidence that's been previously labeled as proposed exhibit number.
I'm sorry, you cut off at what number?
Number 9,
Number
Your
9?
Honor, the petition for protective order of Michael Chaddock against Miss Amosquita.
Michael Miller against Amosquita. And Miss Amosquita, do you have copies of those?
Yeah, I have that.
All right, I'll admit number 9.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Mr. Miller, just so I understand, there's a DVPO in place currently against Miss Amosquita.
Yes.
And there is currently a DVPO in place against Mr. Chaddock.
Yes.
Okay. Now, shortly before you file for a protective order against Miss Amosquita, your wife filed divorce paperwork. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember about the date that she did that?
I believe it was like January.
Oh, yep. And so in her, I'm going to draw the court's attention now to exhibit number 10, or what's been proposed as exhibit number 10. Is this the petition that your estranged wife, Nicole Miller, filed with Cowlitz County for the petition for divorce?
Yes.
Okay. What led to your divorce?
I had found out around June 9th that she was having an affair.
June 9th, what has you both mutually decided is the date of separation?
Yes.
Okay. So you found out Nicole was having an affair.
Yes.
Did you ask her to leave the home?
I told her that I didn't agree with the affair and I did not want her to continue. She did not want to discontinue her affair, so she moved out in with her mom so that she could continue having an affair with the person she was seeing.
And is that what you wrote in your petition? Your response to her petition, which would be, page 27 of page 50? Is this the response that you wrote to her marriage dissolution petition?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit into evidence what's been previously marked as proposed exhibit number 10, the divorce petition.
And Miss Amosquita, you have all that and see that?
Yeah, I have that.
I'll admit 10.
Now, when when Nicole Miller filed her petition for divorce, what was your relationship with her like at that time?
We didn't really talk. Kind of stopped talking around that time.
And did she ever make any allegations of domestic?
No.
Did she put it anywhere in her petition, specifically in page 6 of Exhibit 10? Did she file for a protective order against you or a restraining order?
No, she didn't.
She filed a petition for a plan.
We couldn't catch that, Miss.
Sorry. When Nicole Miller filed her divorce petition, did she also file a parenting plan at that time?
Yes.
So page 13 of Exhibit 10, number 3 specifically, she didn't allege any abandonment, neglect, child abuse, or domestic violence against you. Did she also didn't allege any substance abuse, abusive conflict, withholding of the child. She didn't really allege anything negative in 3A or 3B.
No.
When would you say that you, what's your relationship with Miss Miller like now?
Disagreements.
What kind of disagreements do you have?
Mainly over custody and just property possessions.
Okay.
We're not on really talking terms.
How long were you dating Miss Miller before you guys got married?
Oh, 6-7 months.
And how long were you together before you had your daughter, Olivia?
Oh, a year or two, somewhere in there.
You might need to speak up a little bit. It's okay. What was your marriage to Nicole like?
It was everything I ever wanted. I loved her, you know. I had feelings towards her. She was my best friend. Everything we did, we were in it together. And we would do anything for each other at the time.
So what led to your breakup? I know that you mentioned there was some infidelity on her part. Was there anything else?
We had an incident where her brother died. I didn't really know how to help her. She blamed me a lot for not being there for her when her brother had died. So she had a lot of mental breakdowns, a lot of mental issues she was going through. And somewhere along the line, she blamed me for not being there enough for her.
And I know this is a very sensitive topic. What was your sex life like when you were with your wife?
Around sex life, intimate, but she liked certain things.
What kind of things did she like? And have you been intimate with her since you have separated? And how many times would you estimate that to be? All right. Have there ever been any incidents where the police were called due to interactions you had with Nicole?
There was one time her sister had called out of the blue when I was helping her take apart bunk beds.
Will you explain what happened there?
She was on the phone with her sister. I had just gotten off work.
Nicole was.
Yes, she was at my residence now, the 20, and she was taking apart the bunk beds, and I had gotten off work, so I stopped by and seen that she was there, and she had I went in there to help her take apart the bunk beds. I told her, I said, I'll just help you take it apart real quick, we can load it up. And her sister was on the phone with her at the time, and her sister does not like me. So her sister was mad, calling me a bunch of names, and I was just minding my business, helping her with the bed, get it in her car. And so her sister took it upon herself to call the police on me, making allegations that were not true.
Were you ever charged in that?
No,
Ever arrested?
no.
Did you know if there was ever a police report on that?
As far as I know, yeah, that was just her sister had called alleging this went on, and that was it. They went and checked it out. They didn't find anything. There was nothing. Nicole didn't say anything.
All right. I want to bring your attention to, I'm going to divert and bring your attention back to another incident where the police were called. October 8th of 2022. What happened there?
Well, I had let my son spend one day over there,
Over where?
over at his mother's house, because she had just had her baby. I wanted him to meet his new brother. I dropped him off, and upon having him come back and pick him up, because she said she wanted to spend time with her new baby, I had brought him back to the house, and one of the first things he had told me was that Mike's again. And then he described the fight they had had between them, where that is where I had first heard
Who
the
is them?
Angel and Mike chatting.
Your son was describing a fight he witnessed between Angel and Mike.
Yes, and the way he describes it, it was because Mike had hit him in the back of the head. So his mom had gotten mad at Mike and slapped Mike in the face, and Mike's response was to spit on her.
Spit on who?
On Angel.
And your son told you this?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your reaction when your son told you this?
You wanted to find out what's going on. What is her plan? What is she wanting to do about this? So, I was heading to town anyway. I stopped by to talk to her because I talked to her.
By where?
By her house to talk to her. And I had talked to her like 2 days prior about like, hey, he's saying some weird stuff.
What kind of weird stuff was your son saying?
About the on the head and stuff. And she had told me that he was learning it from YouTube and shows he was watching it. But it didn't make sense. So I stopped by her house.
Now, have you stopped by Miss Amosquita's house before in the past? How many times?
Sign up from there and drop them off.
So a lot.
Yeah, a lot.
And did you just wait in the driveway when you would go to her house?
No.
When you went to Miss Amosquita's house, what would you do?
I'd walk up the steps, go to the front door and knock on it.
And you've done that a lot.
Yeah.
And is that what you did on October 8th?
Yes.
Okay. When you went up to the door and you knocked on the door to talk to Angel, what happened?
My cat had answered the door. And I had asked to speak with Angel because it's concerning our son. And he had told me, well, what's it about? That was his question to me. And I said, well, I don't really want to discuss it with you. I want to talk to Angel.
Why didn't you want to discuss it with Mike Chaddock?
Because he's a person of interest. I don't want to start a conflict with him. I want to just talk to my son's mom and find out what's going on with it.
Okay. And did you get to talk to Angel? Okay, so explain to me why you didn't get to talk to Angel. When you say he refused, what did he do to refuse you access to Angel?
Once I had told him, like after I told him, all I had said to him was, "I'm pretty sure you know what's about it. Angel's already told you." And his response to that was, I'm not sure if I can cuss on.
You can say it.
Okay, so his response to that was, "Well, I think you're a little bitch."
Was anybody with you when you went to Angel's house?
My dad was.
Okay, and where was he when this was going on?
At the time, he was sitting in the truck watching. So,
Did he ever get out of the truck?
At some point, yes, he did, because he had heard Mike starting to flip out and saying that I was a little bitch and telling me my son's a liar and my son is just making things up.
What was Mike Chaddock's demeanor when he was talking to you? So was he calm? Was he yelling? What was he doing?
He was being accused of something. He was panicking
Okay. And how do you know he was mad?
because he was yelling, calling me names, vulgar names.
Did you ever see Miss Amasquita during that altercation or during that incident?
At the end, yes.
Okay. And when did you see her?
When she came to the door and asked me to leave.
She came to the door and asked you to leave. Did you leave?
Yes.
What happened when you left?
Mike Chaddock had, well, first they had shut and locked the door. And then as I got into my truck and my dad was getting into my truck to leave, Mike Chaddock ran after us with his phone, trying to film us and trying to get us to get out of the vehicle. And he had blocked my tire. I did not want to leave because I did not want to accidentally run over us, but he had blocked and prevented me from leaving on a public sidewalk, refusing to let me leave, calling us stupid motherfuckers, saying we're just nothing but little bitches, and to do something.
And when you were at Miss Amasquita's house, did you notice if the door was broken?
Not when I left.
Did you ever get to leave from Miss Amasquita's?
At some point, he backed away from the truck enough for me to be able to have enough room to leave to where I didn't feel I was going to accidentally run over his foot.
Could I object?
You can.
Because when I asked him to leave, they wouldn't let us shut the door. So I told them I'm calling the cops because they wouldn't leave, and then they broke in my door. So I have my police.
Your Honor, may I ask what the basis
No.
of the objection is?
What, so you're gonna be able to provide testimony to your version of
Okay.
events, so.
Okay.
An objection has to be for a foundational or a legal reason, but if you have
Oh.
something that is. Contrary, like in your opinion to what he's saying, then that'll be part of your testimony.
Okay, I
And then,
just.
and you can ask him questions, about that as well.
Okay,
Okay. All right, go ahead, miss. So I'll deny
okay.
or overrule that objection, and then go ahead, Miss Folder.
No, it's okay. I did too. So you managed to leave Miss Amasquita's house.
Yes.
Do you know if the police were ever called?
After I left?
Did the police come and talk to you?
No.
Were you charged in this incident?
No, they ended up calling me on the phone and just asking what happened.
Okay. Are you involved in any legal action because of this? Like, do you have a criminal charge because of this?
Yes.
Okay, explain the criminal charge.
He's saying that
Who is he?
Mike Chaddock is saying that I had assaulted him in the 4th degree and that I had entered his home.
So trespass.
Yes.
Was your dad next to you while this was happening?
Yes, it was.
Was your dad ever charged?
No.
And you said you have a criminal matter in this case. In that.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have an attorney? Okay. Do you know, have you spoken to your attorney about this criminal matter?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding in talking with your attorney is what is going to be the disposition of this case? How is this going to end up? Do you think you are actually going to be convicted? And what makes you think that?
Because as far as I know, she's hired a private investigator.
Who hired one?
Savannah, my attorney.
Okay.
For this case. Hired a private investigator and says that they're running into conflicts with their stories.
Whose story?
changing, Angel and Mike's stories changing.
And so based on your conversations with your attorney,
Yeah.
it's your understanding that you are not going to be convicted due to insufficient evidence. Okay. Now, how is your relationship with, switching gears again, how is your relationship with Ms. Amosquita since you got a domestic violence protective order against her?
We make things very difficult. I know we have to talk through a parenting app because she's refused to have any sort of supervised visitation through anybody I've recommended or suggested. She's talked to my son, maybe like that's about all we like our personal relationship. That's about all we talk about.
Okay. I'm going to draw the court's attention and your attention, Mr. Miller, to what's been previously marked as proposed exhibit number 11. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what are these?
They're the parenting app that we use for our text to talk about my son.
And so these are text conversations in a parenting app between you and Ms. Amosquita.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Amosquita was ordered by the court that she could have court appointed supervision.
Yes.
To this day, has she had any supervised visitations with your son?
No, she is not.
Has she told you that she's setting up the visitations?
That is not most part of it.
And how many times has she told you that she's working on getting it set up?
Roughly about 3, including yesterday.
And that would be on exhibit 11. I don't believe these ones are marked with page numbers. I apologize. About page 5, I believe, 4. Page 4, you'll see that Ms. Amosquita, is this her calling to set up? And there's a place in Longview. Okay. And I also see in these messages that she asked to talk to your son a lot.
Yeah.
Does she?
No, not as much as, I mean, every once in a while. I've told her my work schedule, and it seems that she has messaged me a few times while I'm at work. But no, she's talked to me maybe 7, 8 times.
Why, based on your understanding, why does she not talk to your son that often?
She says there are days that she oversleeps when she tells me a time and doesn't follow through with it. There are days where she's saying she goes to work or something. As far as I know, it's mostly oversleeping.
Okay. And does your son know that she's planning to call?
Yes, it is.
And tell me about how he feels about his mom calling.
He gets excited because he does miss his mom. He loves his mom. That's his mom. But he gets let down when she doesn't call. And he feels upset.
Now, when you and Ms. Amosquita went to court over the domestic violence protective order against Ms. Amosquita,
Yes.
was supervised visitation the only option for Ms. Amosquita?
No.
What other option did you ask for?
I told her that she could talk to my son and see my son through my mother was one option. So I guess that would still be supervised.
Okay. It was supervised, but who would the supervisors be?
My mother, or by a point, is basically a safe environment for him.
And just so I understand, does Miss Amosquita knows your mother?
Yes, very well.
And why does she know your mom very well?
My mom raised her in high school whenever she moved in. My mom has been there for her. Even when we broke up, My mom, she still went over to my mom's house when she was upset.
And Miss Amosquita chose not to have supervised visitations with Bubba, with your mother as a supervisor. What is your understanding of why she chose not to?
Because my mother wrote a statement against her boyfriend.
Switching gears again. What are your do you have any plans for yourself for the fall?
I do. I plan to attend college and go back to school.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 12. Do you recognize what these documents are?
Yeah, that would be my layout of my schedule for going back to college.
Okay.
At LCC.
Now you say going back, I want to draw your attention up here where it says SP 2015.
Yeah.
What's this?
That'd be spring quarter of 2015. When I was 19, I took classes for engineering, and I had math and English credits up to the level that I need in going back to school. So I already have those credits accounted for.
Okay. And why have you decided to go back to school?
Because I want a better career. I want to better sell myself for both me and my kids to where they have a better life.
And the last thing that I want to direct your attention to is what's now in evidence as exhibit number 10. And this has to do with your relationship with your estranged wife. And this is going to be on page 48 of exhibit 48 or exhibit 10.
Yes.
Let me pull it up for you. Okay. So what has your relationship been like? We have a few questions about Miss Miller.
Okay.
What's your relationship with Miss Miller been like recently?
Recently, as in like the last day or two, or
Recently in the last couple months. So if you go to page 43 of exhibit 10, page 43, you will see that there are some text messages between you and Miss Miller. All right, so what's going on in these text messages?
so yeah, we've had a lot of conflict with my daughter. When it comes to custody, she has had instances where she's withheld my daughter from me due to the fact of
I don't have that.
I don't do something she wants me to do. Or
Okay,
the way
let's-
she does it.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
I don't think I have that.
You don't, do you have exhibit number 10?
Yeah, it only goes to page 26 and then I have nothing else. I don't. Hold on.
So you do not, just so I'm clear, Ms. Amosquita, page 27 starts with the response to a petition about a marriage. You do not have that petition?
I have. I only had the first pages. It didn't print out all the other stuff. I have it up on my email.
So you can see it through your email?
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't print out. That was weird.
Okay,
Yeah, I
As
see it
long
in my
as-
email.
okay, as long as you have it and can look at it. Okay, go ahead, Miss Holder. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Ms. Amosquita. So these text messages that start on page 43 in front of you. So you said that Miss Miller's been withholding your daughter.
Yes. Every once in a while.
Okay. Do you know why she does that?
Which situation?
So she's done it a few times.
Yes.
Okay. Now, has there ever, page 47, this is you on the right-hand side that says, I will pick her up in front of the police station. Will you agree to those terms?
Yes.
And then what was her response?
I think we should talk about what's going on with the house. That's right. So basically, it was something she wanted, and she was willing to withhold my daughter in order to get it.
Okay. So she would not let you exchange your daughter on the weekend and get your daughter until you talked about what was going on.
Yes, because she's talked to me, telling me she wants me to just settle and sell the house so she can have her money.
Okay. Now you also mentioned you asked, when I asked you about what's going on with your relationship with Ms. Miller, and you said over the last couple days, what's happened in the last couple days?
Yesterday, or was it the day? In the last day or two, she called me.
All right. Is it normal for her to call you?
That is absolutely.
How does she normally communicate with you?
Yes.
Okay, so she called you. How long was your phone call with her?
2 hours.
And what did you guys talk about?
She called me in a panic, saying that after reading the reports and everything that has happened over in the household, especially with the CPS reports
In what household?
and Angel's.
So you
household.
believe that Ms. Miller saw all of the evidence that Ms. Amaskita has?
Yes, against her.
Okay. And then Ms. Miller called you in a panic. And what did you guys talk about?
She said after reading the reports, there was one instance that stood out due with Angel's sister that really bothered her, and she feels that she had made a mistake in taking the side of Angel and Mike Chaddick, and that she said that she had more of a change of heart and decided that she wanted to be on my side with it, and asked if there was anything she could say or do to help me obtain custody of Buddy, because she doesn't believe we should go back over there.
And what did you say to that?
I told her that what she's doing was wrong. I didn't feel like with the type of things she was doing and turning in and stuff, they weren't true. So I told her, I said, just go up there and tell the truth. It's up to you.
So when Ms. Miller said that she was hesitant to appear as a witness for Ms. Amaskita, you said, just tell the truth. Okay. Now you mentioned that there were some statements or she made some statements and she sided with Ms. Amaskita. What are you talking about there?
She wrote quite a few statements and twisted stories.
So I want to draw your attention and the court's attention and Ms. Amaskita's to exhibit number 6, page 16. There is a declaration signed. Who is this?
That was Nicole Miller.
Okay. And what's the gist of this declaration?
That would be the statement that she had wrote for me to help me with my restraining order against Mike Chaddick.
Okay, so she wrote a declaration in support of you.
Yes.
When you saw a DVPO against Mike Chaddick.
Yes.
Okay. Did she write any more declarations?
I believe she's written 2 after that.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to exhibit number 7, page 62. So this would be, 63 of exhibit 7. Do you recognize this declaration?
I believe so. Is that the second one?
Yeah.
That's the second one.
And do you know what this Nicole wrote in this declaration, specifically, like what she was asking for or what she was telling the court?
She was trying to persuade the courts to tell them that, oh, we need to do 50-50 on custody at the time.
We need to do 50-50. Who needs to do 50-50?
Well,
You and
Nicole was stating that me and Angel should do 50-50 on custody.
okay. Didn't make any domestic violence allegations against you in this declaration.
No.
Okay. Did she write another declaration? So, draw the court's attention to exhibit number 9 in Miss Amosquita, to exhibit number 9, page 37. So this was from dated February 17th, 2023, and this was filed in the petition for the protective order that you filed against Ms. Amosquita.
Yeah.
Okay. And the gist of this declaration is that you forcefully removed Buddy from Angel's care on October 8th. Sorry, on the following incident. Was Buddy at the incident when you went to Miss Amosquita's home?
No, it was not.
So where was he?
He was at my dad's house.
He also mentioned in here for the that he filed for divorce due to you being physically and mentally abusive.
50 states.
And since then, she's also written, I believe, another declaration that Ms. Amosquita is putting forward as evidence in her proposed exhibit number 5.
Yes.
Again, I would ask you, while you were married to Nicole, was there any domestic violence?
No.
Has she ever accused you of domestic violence before?
No.
So she never accused you of any domestic violence before these declarations she filed?
Not.
Okay. Last little bit. How is Buddy doing now?
Okay. He's a completely different kid from what he was a year ago. You know, he is fun. He's definitely, especially with the schooling, was one of my biggest focuses on him, was to try to get him to do really good in school to be successful. Pertaining to that, his behavior has changed a lot. He's opened up a lot more. He used to be kind of in a shell, kind of just didn't want to play with other kids, just wanted to be by himself. Now he's kind of opening up and having his own personality, and you can definitely see a change. He does have minor little issues like every other kid does, you know.
Okay. And what happens when he displays those issues?
Usually I try to figure out, depending on the issue. I mean, it could be he's having a bad day, or it could be something serious like the day it flipped out and, you know, went to do running around the school. And I mean, those issues usually he gets, you know, he gets talked to find out what do I believe the main reason that he's doing that is, you know.
Miss Mel, I'm going to stop you for a second. Miss Amosquita, I'm going to ask, is there someone in the room with you?
My sister's getting a drink of water.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Okay. So,
How's Buddy doing?
okay, like I said, he's doing amazing in school. His teachers notice a difference. My family has noticed a difference in him. He's real playful. He's honestly the best I've ever seen him. But like I said, he does have his moments, but those are usually taken care of. I mean, he has bad days and stuff. It's something that, you know, he's done that's wrong. I mean, he gets a timeout or he gets, you know, his games taken away.
But overall, how would you say he's doing now?
Okay.
Okay, and do you see a difference in his behavior and his demeanor when he lived with Miss Amosquita and when he lives with you?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, I have no further questions for my witness.
All right. So Miss Amosquita, you have an opportunity to ask Mr. Miller any questions that you have. I'd also just note that if you want to take a morning recess, this would be a good opportunity to do that. And if you want to forge ahead, we can do that as well. So I will defer to you, Miss Amosquita.
I'm good with going ahead.
All right. Whenever you're ready, you can ask your first question.
Okay. Hold on, let me go through this. Sorry.
Your Honor, I would propose we take about a 10-minute break that would allow for everyone to get a glass of water and for Miss Amosquita to kind of get her bearings and figure out where she wants to go.
All right, it's 10:36. Let's all be back at 10:45. Or there, so about 10 minutes. I'm gonna leave the Zoom up and running. We can go off the record in the courtroom. Feel free to turn your microphone and your camera off, and then if everybody could be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
You're back on the record, Your Honor.
All right, we'll just make sure Miss Amosquita is ready to go.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my video to work.
In Your Honor and Miss Amosquita, I'd like to take a second to apologize. I didn't mean to snap at you to ask if there was somebody in the room. I forgot. Normally, I would ask, if there's going to be somebody in the room with you, just let us know ahead of time. Just due to like making sure witnesses are sequestered, but it's completely fine that your sister was in there getting a drink of water. So I do want to apologize if it seemed like I was snapping at you.
Oh, okay.
All right, are you ready to start asking questions of Mr. Miller?
Yeah.
All right, whenever you're ready.
When looking at Exhibit 6, page 80, did you know that at 5 the commissioner wrote that we are waiting for CPS reports to reissuance for the protection order when it was placed?
I think that's here.
Which restraining order is that?
This was Exhibit 6. This would be you versus Mike Check.
Oh, yes.
So you did know. Just to clarify.
Okay. Okay. And then when you mentioned earlier on Exhibit 13, page 1, about the alleged stuff with Jordan, did you know that was like over 2 years ago and that case was closed? The intake with CPS.
I think what she's asking is, did you know that that case was unfounded? Is that correct, Ms. Amosquita? That's what you're asking?
Yeah, unfounded.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then at the very end of page 17 and page 71, it shows unfounded and the case is closing.
What page was that, Ms. Amosquita?
Page 17 of
Page
Exhibit 13.
Okay.
It said at the additional risk factors in history, that section at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah. What is the question?
Could you repeat your question?
Oh, did you know that it showed the unfounded, like all the unfounded stuff from CPS on those pages?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know what the most recent events on page 70 and 71, it showed the case was closing?
And that's still Exhibit 13, Ms. Amosquita?
Yes, Exhibit 13, sorry.
Can you point us to where it says that it's closing?
Page 71 at the very bottom, where it says completed, moving forward with case closure. And then I don't think I have any more questions for him.
Any redirect, Ms. Holder?
Yes, Your Honor, on page 71, what Ms. Amesquita pointed out, will you read, Mr. Miller, where it says risk factors identified?
Yes, it says a pattern of physical abuse allegations naming Mr. Chaddock as alleged risk factors or perpetrator.
And so you're aware that there have been multiple unfounded CPS allegations against Ms. Amesquita and Mike Chaddock, right?
Yes, I am.
All right. Does that change your opinion as to where your son should reside and who she should live with?
No, it does not.
And why doesn't it?
Because it's still a risk factor, and my son is still scared to go back over there. And the things he's told me, I believe everything he's told me.
No further questions.
All right. Any other questions, Ms. Amesquita, for Mr.
No.
Okay. All right. And then Ms. Holder, next witness.
I would call Michael Miller's mother. Is it Janine?
Yeah.
Miss
Sager.
Janine Sager. Okay. If you want to go have a seat over there, Miss Sager is going to come sit here. And Tara, if you can hear me, if you'll get Miss Sager, Miss Sager, please.
Okay. Thank you.
While we're waiting for that, if we do need to break for the lunch hour, which it looks like we probably will, I'm going to ask that we return a little later due to a meeting I forgot that I have from 12 to 1:30 today. So if we, I'm fine going over into the noon hour to finish up a witness or anything like that. But if we return, it'll probably be like 1:35 or something.
Okay.
Works
I
for
anticipate wrapping up in the next like 20 minutes. And so if Miss Amesquita's okay with that, I would be fine with her putting on her case and then just adjourning before your meeting if we can squeeze it in.
Okay.
I think that's completely plausible and doable. Miss Sager, you'll come have a seat right here.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
If I could have you raise your right hand. Do you promise or affirm all the testimony and evidence you're going to present here today is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
And then if you could please just state your full name and spell your last name as well.
Janine Florence Sager, Sager.
Thank you very much. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Holder.
Okay. Where do you live, Miss Sager?
I am staying with Michael.
And is that the home that we're out there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you currently have a job?
No.
Are you retired?
I'm disabled
Okay. So you are at home.
all the time.
Okay. So what is your daily schedule look like at home?
Oh gosh. I get up at 6 a.m. so I can wake up a little bit before I get the kids up and ready. Because I have a 7-year-old daughter also. So then I wake the kids up. I get Buddy and Eva ready. And Eva's school starts 15 minutes before his. So we drop her off and then we go back and drop him off at his school. And then I usually have Olivia. So then we do just daily errands, and then when it's time, then we go back and we pick Eva up, and then we go pick Buddy up, and then we either go to the park or we go swimming, or we just got a new swimming thing. And then I feed the kids dinner, and then the kids have baths. About 7, I start giving baths because there's 3 of them. And then we lay down and they watch a movie from like 8 to 9, and then at 9 o'clock is their bedtime on school nights. So then the TV will be shut off and they'll go to sleep.
So is it fair to say that your schedule kind of revolves around the kids? Are doing?
Yes.
Okay. And how often do you see your son, Michael Miller?
Every day.
Every day. How would you describe his temperament, his demeanor, his attitude?
Oh, he's good. He's strict, like with all the kids, and not strict, but like he has, I don't know how to say it. it's like when the school stuff, like he's gotten him into counseling. At first, we weren't sure exactly what, besides the ADHD, we weren't sure. But he's into counseling now.
And this is Buddy,
Yeah.
or Bubba,
I'm
or
sorry,
Buddy.
yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's like so many Michaels. But yes, he's in counseling. He goes to counseling. He takes ADHD medication in the morning. He's had amazing days. I have had to talk to the principal twice.
What did you talk to the principal about with Buddy?
Well, he called me in.
The principal called you in?
Yes.
Okay.
Because Buddy had drawn a picture of a gun on the whiteboard. And then
And how long ago was this?
maybe a month, if that.
About a month ago. Okay.
And then he also had characters that he was playing with, and one was him and one was the bad Mike, he said, and he kept knocking him off the horse, the principal said, and saying that he had to protect his brother and the other kids from the bad Mike. And then a couple days later, the principal called me in again to tell me that he had drawn more pictures of he couldn't exactly explain what everything was, but he said it was basically people dead laying around.
So my understanding is violent pictures.
Yes.
That Buddy had
Yeah,
drawn.
and they were concerned, and I even got copies of them from them to give to his counselor, to his therapist, so they had a better idea of maybe how to talk to him. Or
Now, you said that was a month ago.
Yeah.
And during that time, he's living with your son, Michael Miller Jr.
right with me, and yes,
Okay, with you guys in your
yes,
home.
yeah.
Okay. What was Buddy like before he started living with you and your son?
He was ornery. He wasn't very nice. He would talk back. He would be mean to the girls. He was acting out in school. He would hit the teachers, kick the teachers, run away from the teachers. He was only going half days because the teachers couldn't deal with him. They could not deal with him.
Do you know if he was on medication at that time?
He was not.
Okay. And do you know if he's on medication now?
Yes, I give it to him every morning.
And how's he doing on medication?
Great. He's actually had way more good days. I mean, he's had one or two little incidents, but nothing like running away or nothing bad with the teachers or other kids.
Okay. Now I want to talk specifically about Bubba's or Buddy's allegations of abuse. Okay. Has Buddy ever talked to you about any kind of abuse that he has experienced or he has witnessed?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about that.
He said that Mike hit him in the face and in the head when he got mad. And
Mike who? Mike
Mike
Chaddick?
Chaddick.
Okay.
And that Mike Chaddick also hit William in the face and the head,
And who is William?
his little brother. He said his mom got mad and smacked Mike in the face, and Mike spit on her. He said Mike got mad and broke his TV. And when he was younger, Angel actually told me about the incident that Michael was 3 and Mike was outside doing whatever, and he came back in and Michael was in the litter box, which he's 3, he shouldn't be left alone anyway. And so Mike got mad and threw his blanket that I had bought him that he always slept with in the garbage, and that him and Angel had gotten into an argument when she got home from work because of it. And then Michael had to go around and try to find the same exact blanket because he wasn't sleeping without it, because he always had to have that blanket. We ended up having to go to Woodland to get it.
Okay. Has Bubba told you about any other incidents?
He was scared. He didn't want to go back.
Does how many times has he said that he doesn't want to go back to Miss Amosquita and Mr. Chaddick's house?
I don't want. Matter of fact, when I first moved in, I have a cross and a rosary that my mom gave me on the wall. And he said that he wanted to use that crucifix on Mike, on the bad Mike, but not on his mom. because he asked me if it would hurt him if he touched it. And I said, no, you're good. It's not gonna hurt you. And then he said, oh, only bad people. And I said, yeah. I said, it doesn't hurt good people. And then he said, well, I want to use that on the bad mic, but not my mom.
Does your son ever make comments that he's bad? Do you know if Mike Chaddock has ever told him he's bad? Okay.
He just keeps saying that he's mean to him. He doesn't like it because he's mean to him and William.
Now there was a domestic violence protective order filed against Mike Chaddock. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you write a declaration for that?
I did.
And is everything that you said in that declaration true?
Yes, it is.
And why did you write that declaration?
Because Buddy came to me scared and upset and was nervous he was going to have to go back. And he kept telling us he didn't want to go back. He was scared that the bad Mike was mean and he didn't want to go back.
Did you ever see any physical indications of abuse on Buddy?
Yeah, actually, when he was, I can't remember how old he was, like 3, maybe 2, 3, 4. There's fingerprints on his arm. And when Mike was confronted with that, he apologized for it.
Did you hear Mike Chaddock apologize?
I didn't, but Nikki and Michael told me about the phone call because Michael had called me and said, Mom, I found this. And I said, well, you need to call Angel and find out what's going on.
And just so I know, who is Nikki? Is that Nicole Miller?
Yes, yes,
So
I'm
Nicole
sorry.
Miller told you.
Yes,
Okay.
Michael and Nicole, yes.
And in this exhibit, what's been marked as F1, is that what you saw?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you've seen this picture. Did you actually see this on his arm
Yes, I
yourself?
did. Yes, I did. Because they came over to my house to play the next day and I did see it. It showed me.
And did Buddy tell you where those marks came from? Did you ask him?
Well, he said Mike grabbed him, but Michael grabbed him.
So,
Because he was William or something, and he said Mike grabbed him, like, yeah, and ripped him off.
so how, you know Miss Amos,
Mm-hmm.
how do you know her?
Well, she moved into our home when she was 14. Didn't have the best upbringing, and then when her grandma passed, we took her in. Made sure she had everything she needed for school, bought her school clothes, school supplies, fed her. I even made my daughter, I got her a set of bunk beds and made my daughter share her room with her.
How long did she live with you in your home?
Until she graduated, and even after, for a couple of years after, until her and Michael broke up.
So how many years would you approximate that is?
Maybe 5, 6.
And what's your like with Miss Amos?
Miss Holder, we couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, Miss Sayer, what has your relationship been like with Miss Amiskita?
I thought it was good until all of this started, and then she asked if she could talk to me, and I told her yes. And she called me and she asked why we were doing this, and I told her, I said, we're not doing this because you're a bad mom. We're doing this to keep him safe. He's not safe with Mike, obviously. He's scared of Mike. And I said, none of the statements that anybody wrote were about you. I said, we love you, and this is just not okay that, he's doing this, that Buddy's scared to go back to your house. And I even volunteered to be the mediator, like in between for the visits and stuff, to be the neutral person.
And who did you volunteer with?
Both. I've told Angel and I told Michael, and Angel's exact words were, no, I'm not going to have anybody on his family do it. And she was at my house a lot. Like when they broke up, she was at my house every single day. I'm the one that helped her through that. I'm the one that helped her take care of Buddy and watched Buddy while she worked. And we had a good relationship until all of this started.
And what's your relationship been like with Nikki?
Daughter-in-law, mother-in-law. We got along fine. We visited, and whenever we would go over, and I helped watch the kids sometimes when they worked. And
What's your relationship with Nicole Miller like now? Filed for divorce.
I help with the drop off and pick up of my granddaughter. And it's civil. I mean, we're not mean to each other. We get along, but we don't go out of our way to talk to each other.
Have there ever been any instances where she was uncooperative
Yes.
with Olivia?
Yes.
All right, will you explain what those were like? What those interactions were like when she was uncooperative?
Well, before the parenting plan, it was that she would drop Olivia off at Michael's house, and then I would drop Olivia off at her mom's house. Always on Monday, always at noon. Monday at noon came and I was there because Michael was sleeping. He had just got home from work. So he wanted to sleep a few hours. And so I was going to get her, I was going to wait for her and then wake him up when she got there. And then 12 came and went, and I messaged Nikki and said, hey, what's your ETA? You know, I got stuff to do. I'm waiting for Olivia. It's supposed to be at noon. And then she started in with how Michael needs to do it, how I shouldn't be doing it. And I told her, I said, well, he's sleeping for a couple hours before she gets here. You know, the drop-off time's always at noon. I always have her at your mom's at noon like you want. You know, I would appreciate it if you would have her here at noon. And then she ended up saying, well, then I guess he's just going to have to wait. And he didn't see her that week. She kept him the week.
All right, I'm going to draw court's attention and your attention, Ms. Sager, to
Mhm.
what is marked as Exhibit 10, and this is page 48. Do these text messages look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay, what are these text messages?
This is the conversation that we had whenever I was telling her drop-off times at noon. You're supposed to be here at noon. I have stuff to do. You need to be here. I can't wait here all day. And I always have her at your mom's at noon. You need to have her here at noon. That was the agreement. That's always been the agreement.
Okay, and from what you just said a few minutes ago, after that conversation, she kept Olivia for the whole week.
Yes, she messaged Michael, she blocked me and then messaged Michael and said, you're gonna have to wait till next week then.
Now, you saw Angel when she was a teenager.
Mhm.
Did you also know Nicole when she was a teenager?
Because her and Angel were friends. And so like Angel and Nikki and Cassie, Cassie is Nikki's twin sister.
Okay.
They would always come to our house to get ready for dances and stuff. So I would do their hair. I would help them with their makeup. I would help them get ready for the dances, like the prom or the toe or whatever dance it was. Everybody would meet at our house. All the girls would get ready at our house. I would help them do their hair. And
So you would say that Angel and Nicole had a pretty good friendly relationship.
yes,
Did that ever change?
yes.
Tell me about that.
They were kind of off and on for a while throughout high school. And then they despised each other because Angel and Michael ended up breaking up, and then he ended up dating Nikki. So then they were just like total enemies. They didn't like each other. They didn't speak to each other, couldn't stand each other. Didn't want any communication with each other.
Are you aware that they are on friendly terms now?
Yes, I heard that.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the friendly terms that they are on now?
My understanding is that Angel reached out to Nikki to ask if she could write statements. And Nikki agreed because she was upset and mad. And so she wrote statements. I haven't read the statements, but yeah.
So switching gears, I just want to finish up your testimony and ask you specifically about how the interactions with your son and your grandson, with Buddy and with Mike Jr. Okay. How would you say their relationship is?
It's good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really good. Buddy's with him, like when he's not working, Buddy's with him. They go fishing. He goes road hunting with his dad. I mean, he tries to include him.
Now, I know this is biased and this is your son, but in your opinion, is your son a good father?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think Miss Amosquita is a good mother?
Yes.
Okay.
I do feel she needs to protect her son, but yes, I don't think she mistreats him. No.
Okay. And how do you feel what do you think's in Buddy's best interest? Where do you think he should live?
I believe he needs to be with his dad right now.
And why do you believe that?
because Angel's not willing to do what's needed to protect him.
I have no further questions.
Right. Miss Amaskita, do you have any questions of Miss Sager?
No.
All right, and Miss Sager can be excused at this point, Miss Holder.
All
right.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much for your time.
And now if we could bring Tara, if we could get Mike Miller Senior in. And this will be my last witness.
Right.
If you want to have a sit here, Mr. Miller.
Good morning. We're still in the morning, sir. If I could have you raise your right hand. Do you promise or affirm all the testimony and evidence you're about to present today is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? Thank you. I'm going to ask that you speak up, and if you could state your full name for the record and spell your last name as well.
Michael Sean Miller Senior, Miller.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Miss Holder.
Where do you live, sir?
Drive, Longview, Washington, 98632.
And do you have a job or do you work?
I'm disabled.
Okay, so what is your day-to-day look like?
I do a lot of work around the house, you know, do what I can and help take care of the kids.
What do you do to help and I'm assuming when you say him, to help him take care of the kids, you mean your son?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my daughter. I have several kids.
Okay. When you say you take care of the kids, what kind of things do you do?
Pick them up from school sometimes. Feed them, bathe them, play with them.
Okay. How often do you see your grandkids, specifically Buddy?
Up until I don't know the exact days, up until a little month or so ago, pretty much every day, like from school and stuff. But then his mom's helping with the kids now at the son's house.
I'm assuming that would be Miss Sager.
Yeah.
Is that your ex-wife?
Yeah.
Okay, so because she's there now more, you're not there as much because she's kind of doing the majority. Okay. Okay. What's your relationship like with your son?
That's good.
Okay. Do you ever get to see your son interact with your grandson, Buddy?
Yeah.
And how would you say their interactions are?
Good.
Okay. Would you say he's a good dad?
Yeah.
All right. What makes you say he's a good dad?
He provides everything for him. He's nice to him. He teaches them things, takes them fishing, teaches them his letters, ABCs, and how to count.
Okay. Now you're aware that Buddy now lives with your son. Do you know why he lives with your son specifically now, as opposed to last fall he did not? Okay, and what's your understanding?
Bad environment with his mother, with Mike Chaddick and the mother and their issues of abuse, abuse towards Michael. Or,
Okay, so Buddy, Michael the
yeah,
third.
Buddy.
Okay. So you mentioned abuse. Did Buddy ever talk to you about abuse?
Yes.
Okay, what has Buddy told you specifically?
He's told me personally that Mike Chaddick has thrown him down on the ground, ripped his clothes off, and thrown gross food at him. I'm not sure what that means, but that he's told me that at least 3 times.
Do you know if there was any physical abuse?
He's-
Okay. Have you ever seen any evidence of physical abuse on Buddy?
a while back, he had his arm. It lasted for quite a while. Like I'm not sure how many days, but I know it's days.
Exhibit number 1. This in here that you saw.
Yes.
Okay, now you've seen this picture, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Buddy and seen him in person and seen this mark on him?
Yes.
Okay, and did he tell you what it was from?
Yeah, from, no, I don't remember if Michael told me or my son told me. I don't think Michael told me. I think my son told me because he told me in the garage. We didn't want to talk about it in front of Buddy. And he's just like, hey, look at this. Wow.
Okay, so besides the smacking and throwing gross food on him and seeing this, are there any other stuff that you hear or see from Buddy where he talks about Mike Chaddock?
Yeah, he cries if he's cries if he says if he thinks he has to go see him. He said he doesn't want to go down there anymore. That he's tells me that I believe I believe he said Chaddock spit on him or his mother. I can't remember. And he said he's watched his mom and Jack like slap each other or Jack slap his mom. Something like that.
And back when Buddy lived with his mother, do you know like what his behavior was like?
When he first came to his dad's house, every time Michael was really flinchy, like if like, hey buddy, he would like this, like he was gonna get hit.
So if you approached Buddy, he
Exactly.
would flinch away.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Do you know how long he was doing that? Do you know how long it took him to stop doing it?
At least 2-3 months. He just got better.
Now, is it just with you or was it with everybody?
Everyone. If you approached him, tried to give him a hug, it was like, hey bud, how's it going? Or he would flinch like he was gonna get hit.
And how was he? Did he have any discipline? Did Buddy have any discipline issues? Or does he have any discipline issues? Like he acts out.
Yeah, he does act out. He's getting a lot better now. I actually picked him up from school one day and his teacher said she was at his old school and the new school, and she told me it was a night and day difference, his attitude at school. And yeah, he's got a lot better, but actually now, yeah, when we first came there, a lot of times if he would do something, it just like freeze up. He wouldn't like acknowledge, hey, don't do that. He would just like freeze up, but now he listens to you now.
Do you know if he was on medication when he lived with his mom? Do you know if he takes medication now?
Yeah.
Okay, and how do you know this?
Like giving it to him when the time taking him, when he's working, he takes it.
Okay. So from your understanding, different people give Buddy his medication?
Yeah, depending on who dad working, who's caring for him.
Okay, and do you know if he gets it every day?
Yeah, he gets it every day.
Okay. What's your relationship with Miss Amiskita? I know that she lived in your ex-wife's home. Did you ever live with her?
Yeah, I lived with her. When she was living when they were a lot younger. I worked all the time. I don't really have a relationship.
Now, do you have any kind of relationship with Mike Chaddock? Okay. What about Miss Nicole Miller? Do you have any kind of relationship with her?
Really? No, I don't.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to an incident that happened on October 8th of last year. Okay. Did you go with your son to Miss Amiskita's home? Okay. Can you tell me about why you went?
He was going to talk to Angel.
He being
my son. My cousin talked to Angel. Thinks his son's saying what's going on in the home.
what Buddy was saying about.
His dad about abuse.
Okay.
Pulled out front so I could see the front of the house, but I didn't get out. I didn't want to look, 2 guys showing up. So my son went up and I could hear what was going on because I could see the front door. There's a dry, kind of a wet area. So there's one door you go through, like a screen door.
Okay.
And he was standing there and he knocked on the door. And
So was it like a porch?
no, it's a wet, yeah, it's like a porch, but it's a covered.
Oh, like a
porch.
portico.
Yeah, like
Okay.
a wet area. And he was standing there to knock on the front door and he was just standing there and Mike Chaddock came to the door and my son asked to speak to Angel.
Now, did you hear your son ask?
Yes, I
So
did.
you could hear
I'm
his son.
20 feet away with the window down. And he asked Michael, what's it about? Something along those lines. I think we're not being exact, but And he asked him like 3 times. And then
He asked,
my son asked Chadwick like 3 times, I need to talk to Angel. Then, well, what's it about? He goes, I just need to talk to Angel. And like the third time, I think my son said, you know what it's about. I need to talk to Angel. And he called him a bitch.
he being Mike Chaddick called who?
Yeah, because I think you're a bitch. I was like, wow. And so it was a little heated, but my son never stepped in the house. He kept his hands right to himself. And
Did you ever get out of the truck?
I started when it started escalating. I started because I wanted to hear more what was going on. I never actually was at the house, and then I heard Angel. I seen her one time pop her head out like this and say, "You guys leave, or I'm calling the police." Michael turned around, walked to his truck. I'd already got in the truck, and then Mike Chaddick followed behind, kind of blocking my son's truck. He was already in the truck, and Mike Chaddick walked to my side, was recording
What was he recording?
a phone,
Okay.
and so it's all on recording somewhere, and saying "bye, bitch." I think he said it 3 times, and he might have said some other stuff. It's been a while. I'm not sure. I think he was trying to provoke us to do something. And at first, he like kind of blocked the truck from leaving. Then he came around my side and literally stuck the phone. I'm pretty sure it went through the window. Was filming us trying to like glare at us, and he was saying that. I mean, I know he said "bye, bitch" a few times, and then he might have said some other stuff to us.
Now, was Buddy anywhere near this when this was going on?
No,
Do you know where Buddy was?
yeah, he was at his house.
Okay. So Buddy's great grandparents'
Yeah.
house. That's where
Yeah.
Buddy was. Okay. Do you know if the cops were ever called in that situation?
I think they were. I don't think they were called that day. I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't.
Okay.
Get
Did
called
the
on
did the
me or
police
something.
ever talk to you?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So did you ever get charged with anything?
No.
Okay. So switching gears, how would you describe Buddy is now that he lives with your son and his father?
Oh, 9-day difference. In school day, he's not getting called every day, getting running around the school, getting the school locked down anymore. He pays attention. He's learning. I mean, a lot of times when he's at my parents' house and my house, he'll come to the driveway, and me and my brother will talk to him about learning, and he's learned addresses, phone numbers, how to spell names, and yeah, he's doing really good. I mean, it's a 9-day difference.
All right. And in your opinion, where do you think that Buddy should live?
with his dad.
And why do you think that?
It's a safe environment. He literally cries if you talk about going back to his mom's, because Chaddick's there and the stuff he says, he does not want to go back there.
Okay.
And
Okay. I have no further questions.
Right. Ms. Mosquito, do you have any questions of Mr. Miller?
No, I don't.
All right. And may Mr. Miller Senior be excused?
Free to go.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right. Any other witnesses, Ms. Holder?
No, we don't have any more, Your Honor.
All right.
If you'll forgive me, I'm coughing. I'm just going to mute myself.
Sure. That's okay. Ms. Mosquito, would you like to call your witnesses now, which can include yourself? And I don't
Yeah.
know, or we could take a longer lunch, but if you want to forge ahead, we can do that. Do you want to start?
What time is it? Sorry.
11:25.
Probably take lunch because my phone's gonna die. So I can charge it a little bit.
Okay. We'll recess now, since I'm assuming you're going to testify. Is that correct? And then Mr. Chaddick. Okay.
Yes.
So if we are back at 1:35 p.m., does that work for everyone?
That works
Yes.
for me, Your Honor. Does that work for you? You okay? Okay. That does work for us.
Okay. Well, then we will recess for the lunch hour at this point. It'll be the same Zoom link, and I'll try to have that. If it's not set up before 1:35, it'll be very shortly around that time, and we'll get started back up at that point. have a great lunch. Thank you very much for all your patience and the information you've given me so far. We can go off the record and see you back at 1:35.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Amosquita, whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I interject with something, housekeeping really quickly that I failed to do on
Sure.
my presentation? Mr. Chaddock, I see that you were in a garage. I just want to be sure that you're alone. If and when someone does come into the garage, which can happen on Zoom, if you will just let us know who has entered the garage and wait for them to leave before you resume your testimony, I would appreciate that.
Yep. You'll know if they walk in.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep. But yeah, nobody should.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Amosquita, whenever you're ready.
Okay. So first off, how was your relationship with Bubba when you first met him?
When he was less than a year old,
Yes.
it was great. I mean, I got to raise a kid without having a kid. So, I didn't have a kid before that. And it was just nice to help him learn and have fun with him and teach him to walk and talk and eat and all the things you do with a kid. And I was really happy. Yeah. I was just really happy to be there for him and help him. And, I love kids. So.
How was the relationship between Bubba and his dad when we would do the co-parenting for pickups and drop-offs for exchanging of him?
How was their relationship?
Yeah, how was their relationship?
Or what?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
What was the relationship like with Bubba and his dad when he would come back from going to his dad's house?
It was fine. There were, he would come back and he would just talk about whatever happened, I guess. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm sorry, I guess.
Did he act out or have any fits or act out at all?
Yeah, he would. He would talk about being disciplined. He would. His relationship with whatever siblings he had, and then the other kids, would affect his behavior when he got back. So, he could be mellow for a week at our house, and then go over there and come back kind of hyper and just kind of, which is, it's good to be around kids, but he would just kind of come back with different attitudes, and then different attitudes from the discipline that, just the discipline from his parents or grandparents or whoever had him. Yeah, I don't know.
Can you tell me about the incident of October 8th? What happened on that day?
Michael had dropped Bubba off on the 7th.
Can you tell me about the incident of October 8th? What happened on that day?
Michael had dropped Bubba off on the 7th, picked him up on the 8th, and then come back shortly after picking him up. He brought him to stay with us for a day so that we could just see him, because he'd had him for a couple of weeks while you gave birth. And so the 8th was 9 days after you gave birth. Sorry, Sam Mosquito gave birth. And then he demanded, I saw that his truck was outside before he'd come to the door. So I went to the door anticipating him coming to the door. And I opened the door and he said, "Go get Angel." And I said, "What do you mean, go get Angel?" And he said, "Go get Angel." And what I said to him at that moment was, "Why don't you," I said, I don't remember the exact words, but I said, "Don't be a bitch and talk to me about it," knowing that he had said, he'd brought up some things that Bubba had said with Miss Amaskita, and she talked to me about it, and I just said, well, whatever. He's 5 years old. He says things. I'm not concerned about it, but Michael seemed pretty concerned about it. So he'd obviously come back to have a discussion with you about that, but he decided to bring his dad with him for some reason. And so I said what I said, and he instantly took both his fists, shoved them into me, and walked into our house. And I understand he was upset, but he came to the house upset. He came to the house with his dad upset. So he pushed me into the house, said what he said, tried saying that, you don't do these things to my kid. Tried to basically intimidate me about something that didn't happen, and threatened violence over what I had done that I had not actually done. And then his dad came flying out of the truck and ran up directly in the doorway as well, yelling and cursing and threatening as well. And Michael had stepped back through the doorway, but kept his foot in the doorway, blocking the door from shutting it. And I didn't want to make the situation get any worse, so I didn't try to shut the door on his foot, but I was standing in the doorway, blocking the doorway, because I've got my family inside the house that I need to protect. I don't need to have two grown men attacking me or beating me up or hurting me in front of my family or kids or anything. I don't need anything to happen to them. I don't know what was going to happen. I didn't want to have to try to fight off two grown men in my house with the kids present. So I waited until Michael Miller Jr. moved his foot out of the way. I was watching his foot the entire time that him and his dad were yelling at me, saying what they were saying. They didn't advance into the house after the initial time that Michael Miller Jr. came into the house. And they stood in the doorway yelling, and I watched Michael Miller Jr.'s foot. And as soon as Senior tried approaching me, pointing his finger, yelling, tense, red face, Junior turned around and tried to restrain him. And then, as soon as he moved his foot to try to restrain his father, I slammed the door in an attempt to try to keep them from coming into the house. And one of them kicked the door in and broke the frame, and they both walked back to the truck. And I didn't know what to do to keep them from, I assumed they were leaving, but at the same time, I didn't want anything else to happen. So I held up my phone like I was recording them, and I was not recording them, but I just wanted them to feel like I didn't think to record them. I didn't think that I was going to have a confrontation at the door, and I didn't think that it was something I was going to have to record. So, and I don't normally have to deal with that, but now every time I answer the door, I have to have my phone recorded because I don't know who's there. But
Do you want to take a minute, Mr. Shattuck?
I'm sorry, I need a second, just like one later. I'll be okay. But I just held my phone, and then they drove off, and we called the police right after that, and we both filled out Angel and I filled out police reports. That's what happened on that day.
And Your Honor, I have exhibit 102 for the incident that happened that day.
And do we have copies of those?
Yeah, you should have a copy of it.
And how did you submit that?
I submitted it through the clerk's office and a hard copy, so you should have
Your
it
Honor,
did.
if you don't have it, Your Honor, I can share my screen with you if you'd like, and I do have a copy of that.
Well, let me just ask, Ms. Cutter, did we get any other exhibits for this case?
She did file just a clerk's copy of exhibits, a hard copy that I can bring into you if you'd like.
Is it okay if I'll just come grab that from you, Ms.
Okay.
Cutter, if that works?
That's
Okay,
fine.
let's pause. I'm just gonna walk down and grab that from the clerk so I can follow along. All right.
Okay.
All right, one moment. Okay, thank you very much. And you said it was what number again?
102.
Okay,
It should have the writing exhibit 2 at the top, so I didn't get confused with the other one I had.
yes, no, I see that. And okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience on that. Right?
Sorry.
Nope, it's okay.
Okay, and then did you speak with the police about the incident and the allegations that were put on you?
Yeah, but I spoke with them about, I emailed them about the incident because I didn't know if they'd responded to the incident on the 8th. And then what was the other part of your question? I'm sorry.
If you talked to the police about the accusations and if they had any questioning for you.
Yeah, they came and asked about it, and I said that I don't hit the kid and that I don't know why he would say that I was hitting him, and that I haven't had a chance to talk with him about why he would say that or what he meant. He's 5 years old, and everything that he says cannot be taken as fact. It has to be interpreted, you know. Could have seen something on TV or a book or I don't know. I've never I haven't had a chance to speak with him about it at all. The day that he was at our house after the baby was born, he was here for one day, and he was just hanging out with his brother, and I wasn't going to grill him about something he might have said to his dad, and I wasn't really concerned with it because, yeah, like the child said something to his dad talked to mom, and it was done. I thought that I didn't see any reason that it would go beyond that.
When you went to court for the protection order, what did the judge say about the order when you got it placed on you?
He said he didn't go into details as to why, but he said that I could file for a revision after having an unfounded CPS letter from the investigation. But there was a mistake because I'd gone to the CPS office and asked them about what was going on with this because I was looking for the unfounded letter and I just still hadn't received it. And the documents I received from CPS didn't have it. And so I went to talk to them and they couldn't tell me anything. And I asked for a supervisor and they explained that there was no investigation. There was only a family assessment response, which doesn't have a founded or unfounded letter. So the protection order being put in place in the first place was based off the idea that there was an investigation, but there wasn't. It was a family assessment response, which I was told by CPS that is different than an investigation. And a family assessment response doesn't get a letter. It's just they determine whether it's a safe house or not. And I was told that I wouldn't get the family assessment response from CPS unless it was completed. And it had the date on there is, I think, November 16th that it was completed and closed. But Nelson was the Commissioner Nelson was the person that put the protection order in place. And yeah, the words that were flying around there were investigation. That's what he had on the order, was investigation, but there never was an investigation.
Okay.
And the person in the CPS office also asked which commissioner or which judge handled it. And I told her it was Nelson, and she said that he should understand by turning this into him that that's as good as an unfounded letter is. So, but I don't know, that's just what they told me. I just got these documents 2 days ago, so I haven't been able to file for having it dropped yet.
In the past, before all this, have you ever talked to Michael about discipline for Bubba?
Yeah, after the incident where I grabbed Bubba's arm and left a mark on it, I talked to him. I didn't know that I left a mark. I didn't see a mark. And a mark didn't show up until he took a bath. And then I was sent the picture and asked about it, and I called Michael and apologized for it because I didn't mean to leave a mark. I don't intend to do that. He had punched his brother directly in the face, and I was just trying to address the situation and let him know that it was not something that he should do, because they'd never fought like that. They'd never just attacked each other or full on hit each other. And so I was just trying to address the situation, and I grabbed his arm too hard. And I called Michael because I was sorry. I didn't mean to do that. And I wouldn't, there's never been, I don't know. It wasn't, that was not, grabbing his arm was not discipline. I wasn't trying to discipline him by hurting his arm. I grabbed his arm because he hit his brother with it. And I wanted to draw attention, I don't know. I just wanted to draw attention to, you don't do that with his hand, And yeah, I called Mike, I apologized, and sorry, I called Mr. Miller Jr. and apologized and explained the situation, and he said it doesn't ever want it to happen again. And I understand that. And he understood that happens. He said he knows that happens, which I assume is why CPS wasn't called and the police weren't called over that. Because he understood that it was an accident and it's never happened again. So talked about discipline. He said he puts him in the corner, and that was it. And that's fine. The discipline wasn't really a problem before that. I mean, that wasn't an act of discipline. It was just an accident.
What was Bubba's schooling like? Like preschool and then kindergarten?
I was at work, you would take him to school, and then I would pick him up from school on my way home from work. In that, and I would talk to his teachers every day and just ask them how he was and if anything happened, and they would talk to me and just tell me about his behavior, tell him what he's done, tell him what he, how the good things and the bad things. And he never really had any behavioral issues. Well, he had behavior issues, but he didn't have, he had kind of like authority issues. He just didn't want to listen. He wanted to run around. But he wasn't hitting kids and hurting them and ever doing anything like that. He wasn't doing anything violent. He was just unruly, if anything. But yeah, he was learning and he was growing, and he's a little goofy and he likes to have a little longer leash, but he was he's a good kid and he listened. So I don't know. The teachers never had any really big problems with him. They just said he'd like to run out of the classroom sometimes.
What do you think is the best interest for Bubba?
I've always thought that he should have more time with his father because for I think it was about 4 years, he only spent every other weekend with him. And I'd had discussions with Angel or Miss Mosquito over it. We just hadn't gotten to the point of we hadn't gotten to the point where Angel or Miss Mosquito would discuss it with Mr. Miller. But Angel and myself, Miss Mosquito and myself had discussions over it. I'm sorry, I lost track of the question.
What was the best interest for Bubba?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought he should spend more time with his dad. I know that he spends time with his family over there, and he has cousins, and he doesn't have any cousins here. And but he's got his brothers. He's at least got William, which is 3, and can talk and do things with them. They're pretty close to the same activity level. I don't know where. But yeah, I think he needs time here with his mom and his brothers, and I think he needs time with his dad and his sisters and his cousins, his grandparents and all that. I think he needs time with both people. I don't see why it should be any other way than 50-50, unless there's a reason he shouldn't, a serious reason why he shouldn't be at one place or the other, which I don't think there's a serious reason why he shouldn't be at one place or the other. As far as I can tell, he's taken care of at both places. But I just
Your Honor, so there's exhibit 106. I don't know if you have that one or not. They're the letters that we got from the CPS supervisor.
Yes.
So you have them. Okay.
Miss Mosquito, in Your Honor, I would be fine with her just putting everything onto the record and not having to formally put anything on and putting it into evidence. That's fine with me if she just wants to admit everything right now.
You want me to consider, I'm assuming, all 7 exhibits that you've submitted?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm fine with her just going ahead and submitting them all. That's fine. I don't have any foundational issues.
Okay.
Okay.
So what I'll do, Miss Mosquito, is I'll just admit all the 7 exhibits. You can
Okay.
still go about, so for the record, 101 through 107 will be admitted. And then you can, I guess, go back to your reference of 106, but it'll officially be part of the record now. So.
Okay. Okay. Um, uh, I don't think I have any more questions.
Okay. Ms.
Let
Holt,
me-
do you have any questions of Mr. Chaddock?
Yes, Your Honor, if you'll give me just a moment.
Sure.
Mr. Chaddock, you mentioned that CPS did not do an investigation. Is that your understanding? There was no investigation into child abuse?
With Michael Miller III? No.
I would direct the court's attention to Ms. Amosquita's Exhibit 6 that she just admitted. At the very bottom, it says, "What does CPS find?" It says CPS investigated the allegations. Do you know why? Do you know if, have you seen the CPS letters that came back unfounded? The exhibits that Ms. Amosquita put into evidence, these 2 unfounded letters for you and Ms. Amosquita?
I've seen that.
So you're aware at the bottom, it says that it's possible that there was insufficient evidence to determine whether the alleged child abuse did or did not occur?
It sounds accurate.
And in the exhibits that Ms. Amosquita put into evidence, we have exhibit number 7, which is a declaration that you wrote. Are you familiar with a declaration that you wrote that starts with, my name is Michael Chaddock. I've been in a relationship with Angel Amosquita since November 7th, 2017?
Yes.
Okay.
Vaguely. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Are you familiar that when you wrote your declaration, at the second to last paragraph, you wrote DCYF and the police have never been called prior to him, I'm assuming that would be Michael Miller, assaulting you?
In reference to Michael Miller III, yes.
So the CPS have never been called before,
In reference to Michael Miller III, no, they have not.
but you did not say in regards to Michael Miller III in your declaration. You just said CPS has not been called.
Because my declaration is about Michael Miller III.
So you are aware that there were 2 other CPS investigations that were done
Of
for
course.
you and Ms. Amosquita.
Of course.
And in that CPS report, which I admitted as Exhibit 13, I don't know if you have, I doubt you have in front of you, Mr. Chaddock. Would you like me to share my screen so you can see it?
No, I'm okay. I'm
Okay.
familiar with the investigations.
So you have seen the 80 pages of the CPS report.
Yes. I received 155 pages of everything that CPS had on me that they could release to me.
All right. So on page 17 of Exhibit 13, there are the 2 previous CPS intakes regarding this family. So you are again aware that there were 2 previous CPS intakes regarding your family.
No, there was more than that.
Can
There were
I
more than
object?
2. Sorry, Your Honor, you're muted.
Sorry, what's the basis for your objection?
These CPS intakes are for an unrelated matter to me and Michael's son. They're from when my mom had my sister and me going through CPS because my mom hit my sister. Like, this is a whole big thing I'd have to explain, and it would take a way longer to explain it all.
Okay,
Commissioner,
so essentially it's a relevance
yeah,
objection.
it's irrelevant.
Okay. Any response, Ms. Holder?
Yes, ma'am, I have a response, or yes, Your Honor, I have a response. So one of the investigations that this is specifically mentioning is an incident in which Ms. Amesquita's sister, who was 14 at the time, alleges that Mr. Chaddock shot her and then locked her out of the home while she was without a coat and barefoot. And then CPS investigated that incident. And at that point in time, while they were investigating that first incident, a second incident occurred where a CPS investigator went to Ms. Amesquita's home to ask her about those allegations. Ms. Amesquita was asleep, and a 4-year-old Michael Miller III answered the door without supervision. The CPS worker asked, "Where's your mom?" Asked him to wake her up. She would not wake up because she had taken sleep medication, at which point in time, Michael Miller III, or Bubba, who is the subject of this trial, was then left unattended in the yard for 5 to 10 minutes, asked to go home with a CPS investigator. So yes, I would think this is extremely relevant to the case at hand.
Yeah, I've dealt with CPS, and they did come back and talk to us, and then we fixed what they wanted.
Okay, so I'm gonna overrule your objection, and then if there's any supplemental information, obviously you can ask Mr. Chaddock additional questions, and then you are free to testify yourself. So I'll overrule. So if you probably at this point, Ms. Holder, if you could restate your question for Mr. Chaddock.
Yes, so I just want to make sure that on the record, he states that he was aware there were at least 2 prior CPS investigations. And he has stated yes, and that there are more, so I'm satisfied with my answer.
No, there was not more than 2 investigations.
Mr. Chaddock, did you not just say there were more than 2?
No, you said intakes. There was more than 2 intakes. There was only 2 investigations.
Well, how many investigations were there?
2.
And how many intakes were there?
I'm not sure.
Would you
There
say
were a few.
it's more than 2?
Yeah, there were a few more, but intakes don't always become investigations.
More than 5 intakes?
No, I think there was about 5
About 5 intakes.
different calls from the mother of her sister, or I guess her mother.
And I don't have that information in front of me, but what were those intakes regarding?
Child abuse of her sister.
And who was the alleged abuser in that case?
Me.
So I want to orient you to one of the investigations that was done. You were alleged to have killed Miss Amesquita's sister.
Right.
And Miss Amesquita's sister was 14 at the time?
I believe so.
And she's 16 now.
Yes.
And she still lives in the home.
Yeah.
And her name is Jordan, correct?
Yes.
And Jordan has stated to CPS that you both have tempers.
Was that a question?
Yes, that was.
I don't know.
Do you ever get into arguments with Jordan?
Yeah, all the time.
What kind of arguments do you have?
She wants to pretend she's an adult and can do whatever she wants. And I try to remind her that that will lead to a bad life.
And is your way of disciplining her to lock her out of the house?
No,
Do you ever lock her out of the room?
I have locked the back room, yes.
And why did you lock the back room?
I don't recall. There was something in there that, if you give me a moment, I can remember. I can try to remember. It might have been, I think that might have been when she had the, and she was threatening to hurt herself. And so I didn't want her to be able to isolate herself with, she would break glass and use it to cut herself. So I wasn't sure what she would hurt herself with, but I didn't want her to be by herself on, you know, in an elevated state.
So your solution to making sure she wasn't by herself was to lock her in a room?
No, I locked the room so she could not go into the room and cut herself. So she was not in the room.
And does she have a habit of doing that? Trying to cut herself?
She did when she was 14. She does
She
not
doesn't.
now.
And has she ever broken any doors, any locks on any doors?
Yeah, she broke the front door lock one time.
Just one time?
She broke the front door lock, the high safety lock, the extra lock that I had installed to keep the kids from getting out of the house. She'd broken that lock. I
Do you know how she broke them?
think she just slammed the door when the lock was engaged. So it broke. It was right before when Buddy went outside. I just hadn't fixed it yet. He didn't usually mess with the door, so we weren't concerned that he would try to just walk out. And I guess yeah, I just should have replaced it sooner.
When Mr. Miller filed a domestic violence protective order against you, do you remember writing a declaration in your support?
Yes.
And do you remember when you were talking about how you disciplined Bubba, how you said, I have mimicked his actions against his brother to show him why it's not good to do?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I apologize. I must be farther away from the monitor. In your declaration that you wrote in support of yourself when Mr. Miller filed a domestic violence protective order against you, you wrote in your declaration, I have mimicked his, meaning Bubba's, actions against his brother to show him why it isn't good to do.
Yes.
And when you say you mimic his actions, you mean you wave your hands in front of Bubba's face?
I've done that, yes.
And so this upsets Bubba when you do that.
I don't do it to the point of him being upset. I do it to show him that it's upsetting because of him doing it to his brother.
So he never gets upset when you wave your arms in his face.
I do it as an example and to teach him so that, you know.
But he never gets upset.
No, not more. No, I asked him, is that annoying or you know, we're having a conversation so that he can understand that that behavior is not something he should do.
And when you
That's
ask him if it's annoying, what's his response?
Laughing, yes.
And you find that particularly effective?
Yeah. Well, not. I find that sitting down and explaining things to him is effective, yes.
But you
And
also find waving your hands in front of him and taunting him to be effective as well.
I've never taunted him. I think that if he exhibits a specific behavior and then I go to him with that specific behavior and I say, hey, this thing you did, you know, does it bother you if I do it to you? It's an example. It's not to make him feel bad. It's to show him in a safe environment why that behavior might be upsetting to a person. And it was effective with him because then he could understand it in a safe environment rather than doing it to another child and having that child fight or hit or you know what I mean, in an environment where it might cause a conflict with another person that's not trying to teach him something.
So just so I understand, your way of disciplining him or talking to him is to show him behavior you find to be problematic and then doing that to him to teach him a lesson.
No.
I'm confused then. Where did I get that wrong?
Are you talking about discipline, or what do you specifically, or?
This is, if I'm not mistaken, this is what you said is your way of disciplining Bubba and talking to him when he does things like messes with his little brother.
Yes, I'm teaching him discipline by sitting down and talking to him and showing him bad behavior so that he understands why they're bad.
Also, in that same declaration that you wrote, you said we don't commit acts of violence and we talk about things.
Yes,
Who is we?
everybody in this house. That's the goal.
So, do you think that slapping someone in the face is violence?
Yeah.
Do you think
If it's
spitting on someone is violence?
Both of those things, if committed aggressively with intent to harm somebody, yes.
So as long as you do those things and the person who's doing them is not intending harm, they are not harmful? Is that my understanding?
If there's an agreement between the two people to do those things, or if it's an accident, then it's not harmful. But
So has Angel slapped you in the face before?
she did one time jokingly.
Jokingly. And what did you do in response?
Nothing.
So you didn't spit on her in return?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I didn't spit on her in return. There was one time, the day that Bubba was here for the one day, where we were in the kitchen talking, and she said I spit on her because spit came out of my mouth and hit her face.
So on one of your hearings for your domestic violence protective order, you did not state on the record that Angel slapped you in the face and then you spit in her face. You did not say that.
I did not say that. I said that my spit got on her face. It's not one thing and then a response to that thing. We were having an argument or a discussion. It was not heated, and she jokingly put her hand on my face. It wasn't like she hit me.
And then you jokingly spit in her face?
No, that's two separate events, two separate moments. They were not related.
Your Honor, may I have permission to share my screen?
Yes, give me 1 second here. All right.
Okay. Okay, I'm hoping the audio plays on this. This was in Commissioner Nelson's courtroom on November 11th, I believe, of 2022. The voice you're going to hear is Commissioner Nelson, and the second voice is yours.
I can't hear anything, just.
I can't hear anything either.
Okay. If you give me 1 second, I hear my paralegal coming in. Yes, ma'am. She's going to set it up so we can hear the audio.
Okay.
All right. So again, the first voice you're going to hear is Commissioner Nelson, and the second voice is you, Mr. Chaddock. Please tell me if you can hear it.
The mother essentially scolded you after you engaged in some behavior. Has that ever happened?
There was one incident where me and Angel had an argument completely unrelated to the child, where she did slap me in the face and I did spit in her face. It was with a private matter that has nothing to do with him.
It wasn't related to any kind of discipline that you were giving the child.
No, not at all.
Was it clear that time, Your Honor?
Yes, I could hear that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chaddock, was that you?
Yeah.
Okay.
The commissioner asked if those things happened, and I said they did.
And so you're saying now that those things did happen, that Miss
I'm-
Amosquita slapped you in the face and your response during an argument was to spit in her face.
It was never said that that was my response. It was asked if those two events happened, and I confirmed that they did.
And it happened together.
No,
So there were different incidents of alleged abuse where someone slapped someone and another person spit in someone's face. So instead of one incident, you're telling me there was two incidents.
what do you mean alleged abuse?
Can I object?
Yes, you can always object. What is the
Okay.
foundation for your objection?
I think she's like, what do you call it? Badgering him into saying something he should like say, trying to lead him on to say things that aren't true, or trying to get him to say something. I don't know what it's called. I'm sorry.
No, there is a badgering the witness. This is cross-examination, so she can be a little bit more forceful in questioning and also ask leading questions as part of that. So I am aware of the concern, and I will call a stop to it if it gets out of control.
Okay,
So thank you.
thank you.
I'm done with that particular line of questioning. Back to your testimony that you had with on your direct with Miss Amosquita. You said that his behavior while Buddy was in school, while he lived with you and Miss Amosquita, you said there weren't any issues and that he was
No.
fine?
I did not say that.
What did, correct me then, what did you say?
I don't recall exactly, but I did not say there weren't any issues. I said that at school he liked to leave the classroom, and that's the big issue I understood at school, was that he liked to run out of the classroom, and the teachers were aware of it, and they knew it was a problem, and they were working on it, and they had different people working on it, and of course he's growing older and getting different teachers, but aside from that, there wasn't any known issues at school that were outside of their ability to handle, and even that was described by them in their ability to handle.
Did he ever get sent home from school early?
I believe there's at least one time that I know of that he did.
How many, did he ever have out of school suspensions?
No, not that I know of.
Did you ever look at any of his school transcripts?
I have.
And have you ever noticed that there are, in the beginning of fall of 2022, at least 4 documented incidents of out of school suspensions listed on his transcript?
I haven't seen that. I don't know what dates that is about.
Mr. Chaddock, I can always share my screen with you so you can see these exhibits if you'd like to see them. This is what's in evidence is my exhibit 2, the school records for elementary on page 7 of page 10. There are out of school suspensions listed for September 7th. He was home with mom for out of school suspension. Did you know about that?
No, not that I can remember.
Did you know that he was out of school suspension on September 13th of 2022?
I don't know what those are.
Previously on the record in testimony in that same hearing that I shared with the court from November 11th, you stated that you spent more time with Buddy than anybody else in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
So you spent more time with Buddy in the last 4 years, but you didn't know that he was suspended from school for out of school suspension at least 5 times?
Again, I haven't seen what you're talking about, so I'm not sure about the terminology of it, or if that's, I'm not sure. Saying that I've spent time with him means that I was physically with him more than anyone.
Did you spend time physically with him when he should have been in school?
Of course not. Well, I don't know what you mean. I worked when he was at school. The entire time he was at school. He went to school from 12 to 3:30, I believe, for a while for pre-K, and then for kindergarten he was 8 to 8, or I think it was 8 to 3:30.
Mr. Chaddock, at that same hearing on November 11th of 2022, did you state on the record that, quote, Angel wakes up in the morning and then she goes to work and then you have him, meaning Buddy, for the rest of the night?
I don't know if I said that. I'm sorry. I'm confused.
Do you need me to play it for you so you can hear it?
Are you just, if you would like to, I'm not, or you could just repeat it. I'm sorry. I just didn't understand.
Okay. So you remember you had a domestic violence protective order hearing.
Yes.
You remember that you had, I believe there were 3 of them due to them being continued.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the judge asking you questions about your relationship with Michael Miller III or Buddy?
Vaguely, yes. He asked me questions. I don't remember what they were.
Okay. So one of the questions that he asked you, he was asking you about your relationship and how much time you spent with the child. Does that sound familiar?
I believe he would have asked me that, yes. Yeah.
And your answer to that was, quote, you've spent more time, I'm going to quote you here.
Okay.
I've spent more time with Buddy than anyone else in the last 4 years. Angel wakes up in the morning and then she goes to work and then I have him for the rest of the night.
Okay, yes.
Okay. In that hearing, you also stated you can't do anything about his behavior because you're not his father.
Yes. The child understands that I'm not his father, and he treats me differently and he listens to me differently than he will his own father. That's not in my control.
And is it safe to say that because he's not your child, you treat him differently than your children?
No.
So you discipline him the same as you discipline your children?
Yes.
So you do discipline him?
You mean teach him discipline?
Do you discipline your own children, Mr. Chaddock?
Yeah.
How do you discipline them?
I talk to them about bad behavior.
So you've never spanked them?
I've spanked them on occasion, but it's rare and light.
So you spank your children? You have?
Yes, I have.
And you don't treat Buddy any differently than your own children?
Right.
So you spank him too?
I have spanked him, yes. But he's growing out of it being effective, and he's growing out of needing that to be, he's learning to communicate better. So I'm more able to communicate bad behavior with him with words than just telling him don't do it and give him a little swat on the butt. And I generally wouldn't swat him on the butt anyways.
When's the last time you've seen Buddy?
October 8th, 2022.
So you don't know if he would still behave that way. You're talking about him as though he would still behave that way
Behave what way?
with discipline. Your understanding is that he's getting old enough not to be physically disciplined.
Old enough that communication works to teach him things more than a spanking would. No one's spanking adults because it's not going to be effective. We talk to each other. So Buddy's growing and he's able to use words rather than spanking. That's something that people do with children, and then they eventually stop when they don't have to. And that's if they even include spanking in their discipline, which it's how I was raised, and I have grown out of it myself, doing it with the kids. It was just
So
what I
it's
knew from how I was
fair
raised.
to say that you, quote, don't go outside the lines of moderate discipline.
Right.
And you said that on the record.
Okay.
Now, when Bubba lived with you, he didn't have any medication, did he?
No.
Why not?
Because his parents didn't take him to the doctor and get him on medication.
Do you believe he should have been on medication?
I'm not a doctor, but I generally disagree with medication if it's not needed.
How do you know if something's needed?
I don't. I know my personal experiences, and the drugs given to a child for ADHD are not in my realm of knowledge.
Did you ever have conversations with Miss Amaskita about medicating Buddy?
I've just told her to talk to Michael about it.
And beyond that, you haven't talked to her about having him on medication?
I may have had conversations with her. I'm not sure what you mean.
Have you ever talked to her, for example, saying, Buddy has some behavioral problems, maybe we should look into medication for ADHD?
No, I would say that we rely on his behavior at home was not that required medication. His behavior at school was something I've never seen. And I've told Angel that he had a what do you call it, where the kids all go off on a field trip, and he had a field trip coming up, and I was talking to Angel about wanting to be a volunteer for that because I wanted to actually see how Buddy was in that environment, because I've never seen him at school. I've never picked him up from school. I've never seen his behavior there, so I didn't know if he should be on medication.
What do you know about Buddy's school?
I know that he's learning and that he leaves the classroom. I know that he was beginning to write, and I was beginning to teach him how to spell things.
Do you know how many absences he had?
I know that he had some.
Do you know ballpark how many he had?
While he was with us,
Yes.
ballpark, I think it was maybe, I think there was, since he started pre-K through kindergarten, through the time we had him, I'd only remembered about 5 to 10 instances where he wasn't at school.
Do you ever remember Miss Amaskita getting calls telling her to pick him up in the middle of the day because he was acting out?
She's been called to pick him up, and I don't know the reasons she was called.
You don't talk to the mother of your other 2 children about why a child would need to get picked up from school early?
I do talk to her.
But not about that.
I may have. Yeah, I probably talked to her about why he was being picked up or what he had done. As much as I can remember, it was just about him not listening to teachers.
Do you ever remember her having to pick him up for half days because he was hitting people or spitting on people?
No.
You'll give me a moment, Your Honor. I'd like to direct the court to Exhibit 13 again. So on page 66.
What? I can't hear you.
Page
Sorry.
page 66.
That's okay.
We're in an older building, and sometimes in the afternoon, the internet tells us to go home. Want to draw your attention back to Exhibit 13, page 66. The very top, it says, Miss Amosquita stated that she tries to speak with her son about why he is in trouble, but stated that he gets upset and will throw things or spit in her face. Miss Amosquita has also stated that they are working, that he has ADHD and is working on getting him medication. Mr. Chaddock, has Miss Amosquita ever told you that she was going to be working on getting
It was something that she was discussing with his father. That's not my decision to make.
when Buddy, what conversation would you have with Miss Amosquita about Buddy?
Most of that was garbled. So if you want to try turning your camera off, I don't know. It looks like you're frozen again as well.
We'll do that. Okay, how about now?
Not much better.
Okay. My apologies, Your Honor.
That was clear.
Okay. I'm
So-
glad you can hear me saying I'm sorry. Nope. Let's try this. Is this any better?
I could hear, is this any better?
What I said. Okay. You stated previously that you're the one who spends the most time with Bubba and you've seen him the most.
Gone again.
I believe my paralegal is coming to check on me.
All right.
Might be just your internet.
Can you see me at least, Your Honor?
I can see you.
No,
Yes.
yours works. Mine's working. Okay, Your Honor, can you hear me?
I can.
I'm going to go onto my paralegal's computer, so I will be appearing as Tara Alden,
Okay.
and she's going to bring her computer in so we can remedy the situation. Okay. My apologies for the delay.
It's okay.
You are unmuted.
Okay.
So you're unmuted and your video should be on.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Your Honor?
I can. Yes.
Sorry, I sound like a cell phone commercial from the mid-aughts. Okay. All right. If I get disrupted again, please let me know. Okay. So just so you know, my paralegal is in the room with us now. Mr. Chaddock, you stated previously on the record in your domestic violence protective order hearing that you are the one who spends the most time with Buddy.
Yes.
So while he was living with you, for how many years was he living with you?
just under 5.
In those 5 years, what kind of conversations would you have with Miss Amiskita about Buddy?
It's just Angel worked in the mornings, and then there's about a half an hour we saw each other. Or sorry, I worked in the mornings, and then there's about half an hour, and then she would go to work until midnight. And so we were usually just relaying information, whether it was what his teacher, I'd pick him up from school, so I'd tell her what the teacher said and relay that information. And then she'd tell me how he was that morning or how all the kids were that morning. And then I'd have the kids for the rest of the night.
So just so I understand, you're the one who picked him up from school most days?
Yes.
And you didn't know that he had out of school suspension and was not in school?
For how long?
At least 5 days.
5 consecutive days?
5 days during the very begin, like September of 2022. You don't remember Buddy having out of school suspension, even though you were the one who normally would pick him up from school.
Out of school suspension. I, for whatever reason, don't recall that. If I knew, obviously, if I didn't pick him up, I didn't pick him up, but that was just part of me coming home. I didn't, if he was at home for some reason, then they would have discussed it with his mother. They discussed things with her. I would just chat with his teachers after, when I picked him up.
Right. And a little bit ago, you were talking about how you wanted to go on a field trip to see how he was at school.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that was because you never saw him at school.
Right, in school.
And because you never picked him up from school.
No, I said in school, not after school. I had not seen him while he was attending school. I just saw him when I picked him up from school. So I didn't see him in the classroom. I didn't see how he worked. I didn't see how he talked to the teachers in the classroom. I saw how he talked to the people that were watching him outside the school when I picked him up, who were generally not his actual teachers.
Did you ever talk to any of his teachers?
I don't recall talking to any of his actual teachers.
So you picked him up in the school in the afternoons, but you don't remember talking to any of his teachers?
No, the people outside with the kids were not the teachers all the time. They had
Did
different.
Miss Amiskita ever go to any parent-teacher conferences?
Yes.
And did you talk with her what happened at those parent-teacher conferences?
Yes.
And what kind of things would you talk about?
I don't recall exactly. We've talked about them, but I don't remember anything outside of the normal behavior issues that they were dealing with at the school.
And remind me again, what kind of behavioral issues were they?
Staying in the classroom.
So that's the only behavioral
Focusing
issue
on work, maybe.
that's the only issue that you remember Buddy having, was that he just didn't stay in the classroom.
The only other incident I remember him having at school was him saying that a kid kicked him or something one time, or a kid pulled a chair out from underneath him.
And you never heard any reports of Buddy kicking or spitting or hitting anybody?
No.
Did he do that kind of behavior at your home?
No.
So he never hit any of his siblings?
Aside from the one time when he hit his brother, that was when his brother was less than a year old. So Buddy was around 3 years old. No, that was the one time he punched his brother in the face when they were younger.
And how old is William, correct?
Yes.
And how old was William?
Less than a year. I think he was around 10 months old. I can't remember exactly. I just remember that he was less than a year old.
And that was the instance where you grabbed Buddy's arm and you left Mark.
Yeah.
And you said that was an accident.
Yeah.
And you didn't even know you left Mark.
Right.
And then, when Mr. Miller tried to talk to you about that, who deemed it an accident? Was it you or was it him?
We both understood that it was an accident
How do you know that Mr. Miller understood it to be an accident?
because he said it on the phone call. And then after that, we texted each other about, I asked him what he does for him when he's not listening or misbehaving.
And
he said,
what did he respond?
he said that he puts him in a corner.
And do you have these text messages so we can see them?
I have them on Messenger. Is there a way that I can put them on the screen?
I believe Miss Amasquita might have already provided some where
She didn't provide mine.
Those are not, those are different.
I can read it to you if you'd like.
sure.
So the call was on May 8th, 2021 at 5:48 p.m.
And this was regarding those handprints that you found on that were on Buddy.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this was at 5:48 p.m. We had the phone call and it lasted 4 minutes. And then at 6:16 p.m., so about 30 minutes after that, I messaged him and I said, just a heads up, he bit William a few times too. He's been following him everywhere and hitting or taking toys as soon as we turn around for about a week now. As of yesterday.
Mr. Chaddock, I'm going to stop you. A few minutes ago, you said there was only one incident where Buddy had hit his brother.
Right, that I recalled.
And so now you're saying that based on these text messages, you're saying there's more incidents where Buddy is being violent in the home.
I would say inappropriate, not violent.
So biting to you is not violence.
If you're not leaving a mark, then it's.
But
I
when
mean-
you left a mark on Buddy,
Can I object?
that was violence
You can
because
object.
there was a mark.
What's the objection?
That was like, so the incident that she's talking about, that was when there was a biter in preschool biting kids. That's a unrelated matter.
Okay, well, you can ask clarifying questions of Mr. Chaddock regarding that and or testify about that yourself.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Holder.
So Mr. Chaddock, I'm going to ask you again. So it's not violence if you don't leave a mark.
You asked me to define violence.
No, I'm asking you if you do not leave a mark, is there no violence?
It sounds like that statement's false.
So then if there is a mark, it is violence.
I don't define the level of violence by a mark or not. I'm not sure what you're asking.
So to you, slapping someone in the face, if it doesn't leave a mark, is not violence.
I disagree with that.
Okay. So when you slapped Miss Amasquita in the face and it didn't leave a mark, that was violence.
I'd never slapped her.
Or excuse me, when she slapped you.
Right.
Okay. So by that, when you spit on her, it didn't leave a mark. Was that violence?
It was that situation. No, it was not violence.
You had on the record, you had said you had an argument and an altercation. She slapped you, you spit in her face. That to
No.
you is not violence.
I said my spit got on her face. I did not spit on her face.
Mr. Chaddock, I can play the audio recording for you again.
Okay, but
I'm gonna move on, just so I'm clear. When you left a mark on Buddy and it stayed on his arm for multiple days, you're saying that was an accident, correct?
I've never seen evidence that it lasted multiple days. There's been one photo.
I have had multiple witnesses that have said it lasted for a day. There is a photo. The photo shows that it left a mark. Mr. Miller talked to you about you leaving a mark on his son's arm. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I called him about it. Yes.
You agree there was a mark left on Buddy?
Yeah, there's a picture of it.
Okay. So by that logic, you're saying if you leave a mark, then it can be violence.
It can be violence whether you leave a mark or not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chaddock. You've said that Mr. Miller's threatened you, but you've never specified what those threats were. What were the threats?
Things got a little hazy when I was more concerned about my family getting involved in what he was doing. But it was threats.
I don't remember the threats.
I don't remember his exact terminology because that varies from person to person, but it was basically,
Well, I'm asking you specifically the threats you remember.
no, when he was shoving me and stepping into my house, I don't remember exactly what he said. No.
When you allege that Mr. Miller shoved you, did he leave any marks on you?
No.
So by your way of thinking, that wasn't violent because there were no marks.
I'm gonna ask you to disregard that question. Let's ask something else. I think
All right,
that's
you're right.
misconstruing his comments.
You mentioned that when when Mr. Miller and Mr. Miller's father, Michael Miller Sr., were at your home, someone kicked in the door.
Yes.
Did you see who kicked in the door?
No, the door was shut when the person kicked it in. It appeared that his father was more in position and more aggressive at that moment.
So
His
walk me
father-
through that. So
What's
you
that?
shut the door. So walk me through this. You shut the door. Someone kicked in the door.
Yes.
And then what happened?
They quickly went to the truck.
And at this point, you did what?
I held out my phone and pretended to record them so that they would not do anything else and get out of there.
Why did you pretend to record them and not actually record them?
I just held my phone up. I just had my door kicked in. Had a lot of adrenaline in my system. I couldn't really think to get my phone out and record it. I don't even know if I could have pressed the button because I was shaking, because I was scared for my family.
So you say you're scared from for your family. Earlier you said when Buddy was saying that there were accusations of domestic violence against you. Your response to that is, he's 5, he says things, I'm not concerned about it. Are you not concerned when someone makes an allegation of domestic violence against you, Mr. Chaddock?
I was concerned about any new thing that you find out that involves you. So when she first told me that Michael Jr. had said those things to her, Michael Jr. claiming that Michael III had claimed things. I said, what did he say? And he said, I hit him on the head and hit his neck or something. And I was like, okay, well, I didn't. So, and I didn't think that kids say things, they say things all day long. Buddy comes home and says a chair was pulled out from under him. I don't go running to the school and say, who pulled that chair? I just,
Why not?
because there are adults that are working at the school that deal with those sort of things.
So if
I ask the child's okay, and if he's okay, and I talk to the
who do you
teacher.
ask? So are you concerned with your child's safety at school?
Yeah,
Do you consider Buddy to be one of your children?
in what sense?
Lives in your home, been with him every day for approximately 5 years, helped him learn to talk and walk and spell. You don't consider him one of your children?
Oh, see, I raise him like he's my child. I consider him. There's been a lot of discussion about specifically who has rights to be a child's parent. And so I am not the child's parent, but I am responsible for him as much as Angel gives me the right to be. She's his mother. She can cut me off and I'm gone, and I have no rights to the child. So while I'm with Angel, I raise him like he's my kid.
So you said that Angel, you have as many rights as Angel lets you have. How many rights does Angel let you have as his, I guess, stepfather?
As many as the law allows. I'm not sure what you mean.
I'm not
I'm-
sure what,
I'm-
I'm trying to, sorry, Mr. Chaddock, I'm trying to understand when you say that you have as many rights as Angel allows you to have. I don't know what that means, and I'd like for you to explain to me what that means. Because I'm not understanding, and I don't know if you mean rights under the law. I'm trying to understand what you think your responsibility is to this child.
Angel's his biological mother, and she is responsible for what happens to him. I'm responsible for what happens to him when he's under my care as an adult caring for a minor. But I don't have rights. I can't just put him in my car and say, hey, we're moving to Oregon, because he's not my kid. It's Angel's child. So I just do what I can to help correct his behavior and help him grow, as would a parent and a teacher and a counselor and every other person that's going to help a child grow. I just try to fill in all those responsibilities and just help him be well-rounded.
And part of disciplining Buddy would be, if he's acting out, would be to grab him and to like pull him apart from his siblings.
No, he's never.
Is that not what happened in the past?
If it required it, I would do it. That just,
Well,
every situation calls for a different approach.
right, and I understand that. And based on your testimony earlier and based on what you have said, the reason Buddy had marks on his arm was because you pulled him away from his brother when he was hitting his brother.
I grabbed his arm and I said, I grabbed his arm and I said, you don't hit your brother. Like, that's what I did.
And
I
in
didn't-
that moment, as a father figure in the home, you deemed that that was what was appropriate.
As someone responsible for teaching children not to punch each other in the face, I thought it was appropriate to grab his arm and say not to do that.
I don't have any further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Right, and Ms. Anaskita, do you have any redirect of Mr. Chaddock? Anything you want to clarify or other questions that you have for him?
No.
All right, and so may Mr. Chaddock be excused at this point?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chaddock, I appreciate your time. You're free to stay if you want, but you're free to log off, and if you do stay, I'd ask you to just mute yourself. And then otherwise you're free to go.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And
Mr.
then
Chaddock.
Thank you.
Miss Amaskita, are you intending to testify on your own behalf there?
Yeah.
All right, if I could have you then raise your right hand. Do you promise or affirm all the testimony or evidence you're about to present is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, and then if you could just, you don't need to spell your last name, but if you could just state it for the record, please.
Angel Otelia Amaskita.
All right, thank you very much. Go ahead.
I'm trying to think of where to start. Sorry.
Okay.
So around June of 2022, Michael told me about his relationship problems with Nicole. That's when I was pregnant, and I told him around September, October, I was going to have my baby, and I would need help closer to that time. He was going through depression and drinking problems. I provided Exhibit 101 with some, or no, never mind. Exhibit 101 is not that, sorry. I told him I would need help when I had the baby, and I didn't know the exact time I would have it. And he wasn't taking Bubba as much due to his depression and drinking. He missed a couple pickup days when we were exchanging him. September rolls around. I enrolled Bubba in school at Wallace. He did okay in preschool because it was only half days. Bubba started showing signs of wanting to leave the classroom, and I was working with the counselor at Wallace to come up with a plan to help his behavior to where he would stay in school. And I did that for a while with the counselor up until the incident of the 8th, and when I had my baby. And he was doing good for some days, bad for others. It depended on his mood. We'd sit down with the counselor and have him work out some stuff. And then she said if I felt comfortable leaving, I could leave. And then she would call me if I needed to come get him. Then I asked Michael to take him for 2 weeks because I got a C-section and I could not drive him to school on the 30th. And then he said he wanted to drop him off the 8th. And he dropped him off the 8th. This was after we discussed some stuff going on with his behavior. And he talked to me and my sister about his behavior with Bubba, because we both were the ones who had to pick him up a couple times from the school. And then the incident of the 8th happened, and that's when everything just went downhill. Michael came to the house with his dad and made threats and pushed Mike in the door, and my door got broken. I called the police. I have my 911 phone call. Unfortunately, I can't get the actual police report because it's still an active police investigation. I did admit the police report that I showed you earlier for evidence. I've been dealing with CPS off and on nonstop. Like every other week, I would get a call after the 8th. I have CPS show up at my door with new accusations from Mike sitting in the driveway smoking pot to Mike hitting the baby and William, or my oldest son said this and this, he saw this, but he wasn't at my house at the time when the accusations were said. I have exhibit 3, 103, which is a police report that Michael Jr.'s grandpa, I believe, called on Mike, which they closed it, and they said that they believe the investigation and statements were false for the child abuse, alleged child abuse. And then when Bubba was in school, I tried talking to Michael about his behavior, which is exhibit 101 on the front page. I asked him like what.
Ms. Amosquita, can you be more specific? Which Michael are we talking about that you talked to?
Michael Miller Jr.
Okay, thank you.
So exhibit 101 on the front page, and it goes back a couple pages. I was talking to him about our son's behavior and him being rude in school and me picking him up. And our conversation of me trying to tell him I'm trying not to spank him, I'm trying to talk to him. And then he told me I would have to put him in his place or he's getting worse. And him saying that he's going to probably get his ass beat at his house. And that it's a life lesson that
I'm sorry to interrupt. Ms. Amosquita, can you point to directly where it says that he's gonna beat him at his house?
It didn't say his house, but it says that it's probably gonna get his ass beat. Just right there.
Okay.
When I went to pick up Bubba from school one time, he said to me, my sister, and a couple staff members that Daddy beats me with a one time. And I was like, why would you say that? And I didn't know what to think of that. His school behavior was one I was trying to work with Michael on, but Michael didn't want to wake up in the morning to go sit with the counselor. He showed up at the counselor's office once or twice in the morning when we sat one-on-one with Bubba to do schoolwork and try to make a plan.
And this is still at, just so I'm clarifying.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
I forgot the counselor's name, but there was one that was trying to help me, and she called in I was supposed to meet with another lady that did a youth group or she was kind of like a youth group lady. I forgot what her name was, but she was going to sit on one-on-one for Bubba and start doing home visits to try to help with him. And then when the incident of the 8th happened and I was bedridden for 2 weeks, I learned that Michael took Bubba out of and completely transferred him to without my knowledge. And the only way I found that out was when I got a letter in the mail from a report card, because I have no access to log into any of his school stuff. And the day I picked up my son, I think it was February, when Michael did call the cops on me, and the cop came here, and I told him he could search my house because Mr. Chaddock was not here. He was in Astoria. The cop told me I didn't do anything wrong by having my son here, because that's before the protection order was placed on me. I did visit with my son. My sister was here and she saw him. He was doing fine and acting fine. He wasn't hitting, punching, spitting, biting, or anything. And then I dropped him off the next morning and he was perfectly fine. Other than I had to switch his shoes out because the shoes were bad. I worked with CPS up until, I think, April. That's when they stopped showing up and when they would let me know about all the cases getting closed and stopped. I have the text messages for one of the CPS ladies that she was keeping in contact with me about the investigations, which they submitted all the CPS reports and all of them were closed or unfounded. When we did our settlement conference, we did it with Commissioner Nelson. I told him I wanted 50-50 and there was no agreement. So we had to go do this now, the trial. And I did get supervised visitation hours and I did message Michael about those yesterday because the lady finally called me back about them. And he has yet to respond about the visitations. Because I finally got an answer from someone at the parents' place. Because they're super booked and gave me 2 days that I could pick a slot. And I do try to call my son often. I work nights now, so it's hard for me to wake up sometimes because I work 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. up until maybe 8 a.m. It depends on how much help they need at my work.
Can you tell me what days a week those are?
I work Sunday through Wednesday morning, Sunday night through Wednesday morning. And I'm part-time.
Thank you.
And I try to make it to where I call around 4 because Michael says he's either leaving from work or going to work. So I've been trying to wake up around 4. It's hard for me to wake up if I worked and it's been a heavy workload at work because I throw freight at work. So I try to set my alarm to wake up, and I have slept in a couple times. Or Michael said that he's going to work or he's at work or it's not a good time. So I've been trying to call more, and I have all those messages in my parent app. And I did talk to him, I think, yesterday for like a minute because he was busy with his grandma. And the only thing that concerns me is when I was on the phone with Bubba, he did say that there was something wrong with his brain and it makes him think bad or something. Like, I've never said anything to him like that or heard him say anything like that. So I don't know why he would say that to me. And I haven't seen him since October 8th, except for the one day I picked him up in February. Because I've been trying to schedule the supervised visits, but the places are hard to get a hold of. But I finally got the response yesterday from him. I think that's everything for me.
Okay. Ms. Holder's going to ask you some questions and you're going to have another opportunity. So if there's anything you want to clarify from what she asked, or if you think of other things, you'll have another opportunity. So
Okay.
cross-examination.
Ms. Kidd, if there's something I say that you don't understand or you don't hear me, just let me know that you don't understand my question. I can try to clarify it or reword it for you. Okay.
Okay.
So first of all, you mentioned you drove freight. Where do you work?
Walmart.
Okay. So based on your testimony that you just gave, when your son, Bubba or Buddy, mentioned that his dad hits him with a belt, did you ever bring this up with Mr. Miller?
I did. And I asked him about it when I saw him at the school.
When you saw him at the school?
No, when he came over after I got Bubba from school.
Okay. And that was on February 6th?
I'm sorry, I could barely hear you.
I'm sorry. And that was in February when you picked up Bubba from school that he mentioned the belt incident? Or
no, this was way before that. This was in September.
Okay. And when you talked to Mr. Miller about Buddy saying that his dad was with a belt or with a belt, what was that conversation like?
Me and my sister, it was when he came over to talk to us about his he told me what Bubba was saying about Mike, and I talked to him about the belt thing, and then I told him Bubba's been watching a lot of violent stuff on YouTube, and I told him I had to take all that off. Like I had to block all the YouTube kids stuff because he was watching too many like young teen shows to where they're like fighting each other.
Okay.
So I had to tell him I had to block those. And then my sister talked to him too about some incidents.
Your sister talked to who about incidents?
Michael Miller Jr.
Okay. And what kind of incidents did Michael Miller Jr. talk to your sister about?
About the stuff Bubba was saying about Mike and about his behavior at school.
Okay.
He came over when he dropped Bubba off on the day before the 8th.
Okay. And what kind of things was Bubba saying about school?
I told him that he was not listening, that he did mention the belt thing, and he said he didn't beat him with a belt. He might threaten it, but he won't do it. And I was like, okay, because I told him that I don't want him to Bubba with the belt because that's not right. And then I talked to him about how we were doing shorter days for school when would take him when you go back with his dad, because I told him I still can't drive.
So shorter days being, this is when he was at work.
Yes, this is all when he was at, because I wasn't involved when he was at.
Okay.
I didn't know he was at.
Okay. And when he was at, he was doing half days?
Yes, he was getting out at 11 and 12.
Okay. And why was he getting out at 11 and 12?
Because he would run around the school. He couldn't sit still in class. He always had to be doing something. Me and my sister had to go there multiple times because I was big and pregnant and couldn't chase him around the hallway. My sister would have to go and pick him up.
Okay. And were there any incidents of violence with him, with hitting or kicking or spitting other children?
No, he would hide, but he wouldn't hit and kick. He would flail around because he didn't want to get picked up, but he wouldn't hit or spit on other kids.
Have you seen him hit or spit or kick other children, including your other children?
No, except for the one thing that happened with William, but I don't remember too much.
And you said Michael Miller missed some pickup days. What days did he miss? And it is pickup days at school, or these are exchanges? What kind of pickup days are these?
Exchanges.
And what was your normal, before you had a parenting plan in place? This is before you had a parenting plan in place, correct?
We've never had a parenting plan in place. The written, the verbal written agreement we had, he would get him every other weekend, and he would get him around 4 or 5, or whenever we agreed upon a day.
And so you are alleging that Mr. Miller missed some days with the exchange.
Yes, he has.
Okay. And there was a written agreement, but no parenting plan?
Yeah, we didn't have a parenting plan due to we didn't feel there was need for one at the time.
But there was a written agreement.
Yeah, through messages, we agreed on.
And do you know, I know you're still looking for those messages. Do you know what day Bubba was transferred from?
No, I was never told about any of that. I have no information on that.
Was that after the October 8th incident?
Yes.
Okay. And just to clarify, there was no parenting plan in place?
No.
So, okay.
The parenting plan that he did was in December, I think. We never had one before that.
I believe it's Exhibit 7. The petition for the parenting plan was originally filed on December 8th of 2022. Does that sound about right, Ms. Amosquita?
Yeah.
Okay. When you were with Mr. Miller, you never made any accusations of domestic violence, did you?
No.
And to this day, you've still never made any accusations against Mr. Miller for domestic violence or any violent issues?
Not domestic violence. No, but he was verbally abusive. He'd always put me down and called me fat at the end of our relationship.
And the messages that you provided between you and Mr. Miller, where you discussed spanking Bubba, remind me, what exhibit was that again?
That was Exhibit 101.
And in these messages, I'm going to ask you, I see up in the top corner, underneath Michael Miller's name, underneath Exhibit 1, I see that you've got there's a little blacked out redacted square that says spank.
Yeah, that's how I was searching stuff.
Okay. So just so I understand, that black dot that says spank, or that black box that says spank, is on all of the messages that you provided.
Yes, that's how I was trying to find when he said that
Okay.
We were talking
these-
about sort of discipline.
Again, I'm not
Right.
objecting to the actual exhibits. I just want to clarify that these exhibits are, that the messages are, that you have submitted are specifically with the word spank in them, and that's what you searched for.
Yes.
Okay.
Define.
So it's not like
discipline.
months long, complete record of the text or the messages. It's just the key
No.
messages have that word in them.
I mean, if I submitted all of our messages, it'd be a lot of papers.
So it's fair to say that you have quite an extensive history of communicating with Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Okay. And up until recently, up until, as you say, all this started happening back in October, how would you say that your communicating with Mr. Miller was?
He would message me when he was depressed or drinking because of his divorce with Nicole. He would tell me how upset he was, and he would talk to me about personal stuff. And I'd tell him he needs to stop drinking because he shouldn't be drinking because it's bad.
And he told you he doesn't drink around the children, right?
He said that, but I went and picked up or dropped off my son one time and his face was super puffy and red and I could tell he was drinking. And he missed a couple pickup days because of drinking.
How do you know he missed pickup days due to drinking? And just so I'm just to clarify, the exhibit that I put in with the petition for divorce between Mr. Miller and Mrs. Miller, I believe it's exhibit 10. Yes, exhibit 10. They filed for divorce in January of this year. So all of these messages have been since January?
What? I'm sorry, I'm trying to find
Mr. Miller and Mrs. Miller filed for divorce in January of this year, January 18th. So all the messages where he allegedly says that he's drinking and he's missing pickup, that was since January?
that was between June and September of 2022.
All right, so since they've separated.
Separated, yeah. I don't know what their relationship was at the time.
When did you and Miss Miller reconnect?
When she sent me Bubba's attendance when she was concerned about him.
And when roughly was that?
I'm not sure.
Has it been since their divorce? Or since they filed for divorce? So has it been since January?
Hold on. I don't know.
And Miss Amaskita, if you don't know, it's okay. It's okay to say you don't know. I would much rather you answer I don't know than somehow lose connection. So if you don't remember, that's okay. Do you communicate with Miss Miller regularly now?
Sometimes if it depends on the. Sorry, my cat threw up. Because yeah, she was asking me a couple questions.
So how often would you say you talk to her?
Once or twice every 2 weeks. It just depends.
Do you normally communicate via messenger or text message or phone call?
Messenger.
Okay. So just to be clear, in these text messages or these messages that you have submitted, on the left-hand side, there are little pictures of people, their profile pictures?
Yeah.
Okay. And the 8th chat down, that would be Miss Miller right there? When was the last time you talked to Miss Miller?
A couple days ago when she told me she had to withdraw due to a conflict and her divorce.
And prior to that, did you ask her to testify today, or did she ask you if she could testify today?
I asked her if she wanted to, and she said she would, but then then her attorney didn't recommend it.
Okay.
So when did she testify?
And that's fine. When did she agree to be a witness for you?
I don't remember.
But she did submit some things that you've put into evidence. Those were directly from her.
Yes.
And did she make that declaration specifically for this case?
She did. She did because she wanted what was best for Bubba. Because she hasn't seen Bubba since her and Michael separated. And she used to see him all the time.
So just so I understand, her way of getting to see Bubba was to help you get custody?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, that's why I'm trying to clarify.
What
So,
what do you mean?
so she said that she hasn't seen Bubba since
I
they
asked her-
decided to divorce.
Yeah, I asked her if she's seen him or not because she has access to his school stuff. And she told me no, she hasn't even seen him when she drops off and picks up her daughter, Michael and her daughter. And just what she told me, she hasn't seen him. But she wrote this just what was the best interest of Bubba. Like, this has nothing to do with like I don't know what you mean by your question.
Okay. I think you answered me without having to rephrase. Thank you, Ms. Amaskita. So in pulling up those text messages, I believe they are my exhibit number 11. There have been multiple instances where you have stated that you're looking into, and today you said that the lady finally got back to you yesterday about getting supervised visits for Buddy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
And
how
I
many
sent them,
times?
and
Go
I sent
ahead.
them to I sent them to Michael yesterday, but he has not read them.
And how many times have you, oh, I see your cat behind you. Is that, it's a very cute cat.
Oh, thanks.
How many times have you talked to Mr. Miller about planning and or scheduling and or looking into getting a supervised visitation set up?
A couple times. I told him I was calling places and I waited a couple weeks and I didn't hear anything and I tried calling them again. And I told him I got referred by a different place to call someone else to see if they would get back to me quicker, but they didn't call me back ever. And then finally I got a hold of Parents' Place and they called me yesterday.
And I was Mr. Miller's attorney during the DVPO protective order hearing against you. And if I remember correctly, during that hearing, you were asked if you would be okay doing supervised visitations with members of agreed upon third parties. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And you said that no, you didn't want to do that. You'd rather do court appointed supervisors.
Yes, I'd rather do court appointed supervisors.
Okay. And what reason do you have for not wanting to use agreed upon third parties that you don't have to go through the court for and you don't have to pay for?
I don't see a reason why not to. We did that with my sister and it worked out okay.
You did court appointed supervisors with your sister and it worked out okay?
Yeah, when she went to visit my mom.
Okay. So, and again, I don't want to misstate what you're saying. So because it worked out with court appointed supervisors before with your sister and you saw it work with her and your mother, you did not want to do just supervised visitations with a non-court appointed supervisor.
I'd rather have it done by a court appointed supervisor. That way nothing is biased or unbiased or one way or another. I don't want someone who's one-sided. I'd rather have it be someone who's
neutral.
Yes.
Okay.
And I feel like if it was family or friends, it's not neutral.
Okay. Would you be amenable in the future, if anything gets modified in the future with the parenting plan, to having a guardian ad litem appointed?
Yeah, I would be fine. I've had a guardian ad litem before.
Right. And how has that worked for you?
Really well. I liked her a lot. She helped me through a lot of the stuff.
Okay. Now, Michael Miller's mother, I know that she helped raise you. Would you agree with that when you were younger? Okay. And she said that you would not want her to be an approved supervisor for supervised visitations.
Yeah. Just because she's family, I don't think it would be good because she would just be she'd be biased, not neutral.
Okay. When you say when you say that you think someone's going to be biased, what are you worried about them being biased about?
I'm worried about them making it to where I can't see my son because it's his family. They say they won't, but in the future, like, what if they change their mind and don't want me to? I just don't want that to be a biased thing. I don't want someone's family just like ganging up on me. So I want someone who's neutral.
Who was the person who brought in Exhibit 1 the picture of Bubba with the marks on his arm? Who was it that brought that to your attention?
I don't remember. It happened 2 years ago. I'm not sure.
But you do remember it happening.
Yeah, I remember it happening.
And what was your reaction to seeing marks on Bubba?
I asked what happened and why he had them. And then when I was told what happened, I talked to Mike about it and I talked to Michael about it. And then Michael Jr. and Michael Chaddock discussed it and they were done with it.
Okay, so who is the person who told you about it?
I believe Mike and then Michael, they both messaged me about it.
Okay. And did they say kind of the same thing or did they say something completely different about what happened?
No, they said the same thing.
Okay. Have you seen any more marks on Bubba since then?
No. Well, there was one time he came home saying Nikki slapped him in the face, but we didn't say anything because we didn't think it was.
And how long ago was that he said Nikki slapped him in the face? And that would be Nicole Miller.
Yeah, like a year ago. But it's
Did
not.
you talk? Okay. Did you talk to any other adults about what happened?
I only talked to Mike because Mike was the one that brought it up.
Mike Chaddock or Mike Miller?
Mike Chaddock. But he said that Bubba said that after he got dropped off.
Okay. Did anybody talk to Nikki or Nicole about that?
I don't remember.
So I'm clear, you don't remember if you talked to Nicole about your son alleging that she slapped him in the face.
Yeah, I don't remember talking about it to her. I think I might have talked to Michael about it or maybe mentioned it, but then he wasn't. I don't remember. It's been a year.
Okay. And how many times has Michael Miller been over to your house?
I don't know. Whenever he would message me that he's coming to pick up Bubba, he'd always message me when he's on his way over.
Okay. So how many times had he come over, would you say?
Once a week to get Bubba.
Once a week for how long?
What do you mean?
So like, would it be for 5 years, 3 years, once a week for 2 years? It was a pretty regular occurrence.
Yeah, I don't remember because for the first part of Bubba's life, he didn't take him for a little bit.
Okay. And have you ever told Michael Miller to leave before the October 8th incident?
No, just that day.
Okay. So up until that day, he had been welcome at your house.
Yeah.
And when he came over, did he usually wait? Where did he come
He waited
inside?
outside the door.
Okay. So he wasn't just like in the driveway. He actually came to your front porch and waited.
Yes.
Okay.
Or he'd wait in his truck sometimes.
All right. All right. So you know that you had 2 prior CPS investigations before the October 8th incident.
Oh yeah, that's a different matter. That was when my mom was losing custody of my sister. She threatened the guardian ad litem and threatened Mike, and then her attorney had to withdraw. It's a big case. I would have to explain it, and I have all the messages and all the court documents from that.
Well, I haven't seen those particular documents. The 2 CPS investigations that I have seen are in what I submitted as Exhibit 13, and that is the incident. And so you are familiar with those 2 incidents.
I'm familiar with them, and I'm familiar with the other stuff because Ryan is the one that was with us at the time, and he was helping us like get that taken care of.
All right. So correct me if I'm wrong, but the 2 CPS investigations that are in Exhibit 13 are specifically addressing your sister Jordan, who lives with you. She lives with you, correct?
Yeah, I have guardianship of her.
Okay. She alleged that Mike Chaddock had strangled her and then locked her out of the house. And CPS investigated that allegation.
Yeah, and it was unfounded because in the further down, it said that it wasn't what happened.
And then the second CPS allegation that got investigated, that again was unfounded, was that CPS came to your house to investigate the matter that happened between Michael Miller and Michael Chaddock they came to your house to investigate the matter of Jordan alleging that Mr. Chaddock had killed her. They came to your home and your son answered the door unattended. Is that correct?
Yeah, and then the next day they came back after we fixed the door. The lady who came back, we were working together to fix it, and we fixed the door, and then they said it was fine, and then they left.
Okay, but while they were there that first day, before they came back the second day, when they were there the first day, you had fallen asleep, and Michael Miller III was unattended, and you told CPS that you had taken some sleeping pills.
Yeah, I took a Benadryl. Yeah, I took a Benadryl because I didn't feel good.
Okay. The report specifically said you took sleeping pills. So do you count Benadryl? Okay, so do you count Benadryl as a sleeping pill?
I guess.
Okay. I just want to make sure we have the same definition here. So if I'm saying sleeping pill and you're saying Benadryl, like Benadryl can help with sleeping. So I want to make sure when you're saying I took a sleeping pill, what you really meant was that you took a Benadryl.
Yeah, Benadryl.
Okay. All right. So you took a Benadryl and it knocked you out and you fell asleep.
Yeah.
And then CPS, they came inside your home and they saw that there was what was wrong with your door that needed to be fixed on that second visit?
It was the top lock. We took the top lock off and fixed it to where no one could unlock it.
Okay. So why was it messed up the first time?
Because earlier when you stated, when you were asking my questions, Jordan broke it.
Do you know how she broke it?
She slammed the door because it was one of those chain deadbolts, and she slammed the door and it broke.
Has she broken any other doors?
Not that I know of. No.
And the day that, so going back to the first allegation of Jordan made against Mike Chaddock, where she alleged that he shot her. Did she ever change her story and say, no, that didn't happen?
Yeah, she did. She's changed her story saying it didn't happen.
Does she tend to embellish the truth or lie a lot?
I'm not sure.
So she changed her story this particular time. And in the CPS report, it said that she was worried that she was going to have to end up in foster care. Have you ever heard your sister?
Yeah, she doesn't want to be in foster care because my mom did meth and then she didn't like our rules. So she would always she was a troubled teen and we were trying to help her.
So when the police came and they investigated the CPS report in your exhibit, what's marked as 3, so 103. In the, I think it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph, maybe. There's a line that's marked through and it's redacted and it says 3B.
Yeah.
I'm assuming based on that redaction, that's Kirk.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was your sister there that day when the police came and they talked to her?
I don't remember.
Okay. Does this sound about right to you then? Because I'm trying to read through the redactions. Amosquita said that she's had conversations about blank, about lying, but that blank laughs at her the entire time. Who were you talking about when that person lies?
Oh.
Is that Michael III?
Yeah, when I was talking about how he shouldn't lie to his teachers and how he shouldn't act the way he does, he would just sit there and laugh and giggle when I would talk to him about it.
Okay. And then above that paragraph, you can see that Amosquita said that Jordan usually watches the kids together when you're not home. Does that sound about right? Do Jordan and Mike watch the kids when you're not home?
Jordan doesn't watch them. Mike does. She would watch him if we ran to the store for like maybe 20 minutes, but she doesn't watch them.
Okay. So she watches them just a little bit, just not a long time.
No, just like to run to the store and run back, but she doesn't watch them.
So when you run to the store and you run back, there's
That's
nobody
like
else.
That's like Safeway is just like 5 minutes from my house.
Okay, so when you leave the house, the kids aren't alone. She's there with them, but only for a short period of time.
Yeah.
So again, I'm assuming that 3B on the sentence above that one, Amosquita's blank, Jordan, I'm assuming it would say Sister Jordan, echoed similar sentiments stating she has never actually seen Chaddock get physical with the children. Okay. And just, I think we touched base on it earlier with Mr. Chaddock. Jordan has some mental health issues. Is that safe? Okay. Is she getting any kind of help for that?
I tried. She's a stubborn teenager. I can't force her to do something she doesn't want to do. And she's of age where she can make her own medical decisions.
Okay. So how old is she now? 16?
She'll be 17.
Do you know if she's in any kind of therapy?
I've tried. She doesn't want to right now at the moment. I know she's trying to get her GED right now, and I'm trying to help her with that.
All right. So if she's not getting her GED, she's not in a traditional school. Would that be safe to say?
Yeah, she's trying to get her GED through the Goodwill.
Okay. And how long has Jordan lived in your home?
Off and on since the incident when she was placed with me.
How long ago?
I think 2020 or 2021.
And after she turns 18, do you think she'll still live with you in your home?
That's up to her. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how she thinks. She's her own person.
With some of her issues before, Mike Chaddock said that she will like grab glass and threaten to cut herself.
Have you
Yeah,
ever
she doesn't
seen-
do that. She doesn't do that anymore. She did that when she first came to my house because of how upset she was with everything going on with my mom.
Do
As
you
my
or your
mom-
sister still have any kind of contact with your mother?
Minimal. I don't
So
talk
your
to her.
mom-
My sister will say hi to her, but that's about it.
So like, does your mom ever come to your house or anything?
No, she's not allowed at my house.
And again, in the investigation, CPS investigation in Exhibit 13, and along with Mike Chaddock's testimony, he said that he locked her room. Or explain what happens when she gets locked in or out of somewhere.
We have a back room that goes, okay, so we have the kitchen, there's a door to the back room, and then the door outside. We let her have the back room as a room. So we lock a deadbolt and put the deadbolt key up above the fridge so the kids cannot go into the back room out the back door, because the back door cannot.
Okay.
It locks with the deadbolt.
So when Mike Chaddock in his testimony, he said that you locked her. I don't remember if he said locked in or out. You locked the door to her room.
Yes, he locked the door to her room so she could not get in her room. She could only stay in the main house. So she couldn't go in and get something out of her room. I don't know what it was.
And so when she made those allegations saying that Mike strangled her, threw her around, and locked her out of the house, do you believe any of that?
No,
Why not?
because I talked to her about it before and we've already had this discussion. I talked to the CPS worker and all that already.
Okay, and so Jordan made all of that up.
I guess, I don't know. She was scared. She was having a fit. I don't know.
And in the CPS report, I read that Jordan had stated that both her and Mike Chaddock have a temper.
Yeah, they disagree on stuff she does. She's a teenager that likes to do things that we don't agree on.
Okay, and what
She has
happens?
friends.
What happens when they disagree?
They argue a little, and then
What does that look like? So if we're arguing, or Mike and Jordan are arguing, what does that look like? Do they yell?
a little back and forth, and then they stop, and then they calm down, or she'll leave and go to her friends. And then
Is that an incident where a door would get slammed?
I don't know.
But in the CPS report that you've read and that I've submitted as evidence, you have read that she doesn't want to get kicked out of your home because she doesn't want to go back and live with your mom, and she also doesn't want to go to foster care.
Yeah. How is that relevant to now? Because that case was closed and she's already living with me.
I'm asking questions specifically related to anybody who lives in the home. How often is Bubba left when he was living there? Was he left unsupervised? Because one time
Never.
the CPS came, you fell asleep.
The one time, but never.
Okay, so you have only fallen asleep at the house one time when Bubba was, and when he was unattended.
Yeah.
Are you aware that your mom thinks that Mike Chaddock and your sister have a weird relationship?
Yeah, we already discussed that. That's already been to court. That was already settled. That's something in the past. That's unrelated. We've already dealt with that before. My mom's crazy.
So you were aware of allegations made by.
Yep, I've dealt with allegations.
So how did you deal with the allegations that your sister was sitting on Mike Chaddock's lap when she was 14 years old?
I talked to them about it and they said there was nothing going on. And I talked to the CPS worker. I talked to the police and everything was unfounded. And
When you said there's nothing going on, that means she wasn't sitting on his lap, or that means she
I don't
was?
know. I don't
Right,
know.
I'm ready to move on from this topic.
All right, Your Honor. Last bit is whenever you turned over your exhibits for Bubba's school schedule, you turned over the dates after Michael Miller took custody. Were you aware of the dates before he took custody for like September?
I don't have access to his school stuff.
So you didn't have access to when he was going there?
No, I only went in and got paperwork from the school. I got locked out of my account. I don't have access to that account.
Okay, so the paperwork that you provided with the dates, it looks like an app. Is that an app that you provided to us?
It was a picture from Nicole of the Skyward app because I asked her if she had access to the account so I could see Bubba's attendance. So she sent me his attendance because I cannot log in.
All right. So when you got access and Nicole sent it to you, did you ask to see the whole school year?
That's what I had at the time. That's all I had. I didn't have the whole school year. I can't go to and get his stuff because of the protection order.
Okay. Did you ask Nicole to then send you more that included September from?
She couldn't log in.
So how did she get?
She got that. And then when she tried logging in again, she couldn't log in again.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, the only picture that you got from Nicole that she sent you was what you've provided, which does not account for September of 2022.
So she only provided you with the dates after Mr. Miller took custody.
Yeah, it only shows October 17th.
Do you know why you couldn't see before, why Miss Miller couldn't see before that?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
All she did was send it to me and say that it was concerning that he missed that much school. And
Right.
then
And have you and Mr. Miller ever talked about putting Bubba on medication?
I actually went to his house when he had him. I dropped him off and I filled out the paperwork with him.
And what date was
And my
that?
sister was there. My sister was there. I don't remember the date, but it was before everything happened.
So it was before October of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. How long had you guys been talking about getting Bubba put on medication?
It was, I don't know, it was off and on because it was a touchy subject just because I didn't feel like he should be put on a big dose of medicine and I was afraid of what it would do to him. My cousin was on ADHD medicine and I know how it affected her. So I was kind of scared what it would do to my son.
Right. And in the school records that I provided as exhibits, I noticed that there were certain dates where it said that you had excused Bubba from work because he was in a bad mood.
Yeah, he wouldn't get out of bed and get dressed, or he was not in a good mood because he didn't want to go to school. And I asked them about it, and they told me I didn't have to take him to school if he didn't want to go. So I was okay.
And who did you
The
talk
school
to?
I talked to the school principal and the school counselor.
Okay. And do you think that was partly due to his ADHD that he's now diagnosed for?
Maybe. I don't know how he's acting like now. I don't know how he is. I haven't seen him, so I don't know.
Okay. But that was why he was with you.
Yeah. Yes and no. Just him being a kid and not wanting to get out of bed early. And maybe his ADHD had a thing to do with it, but mostly just because he didn't want to wake up that early.
Right. And Mike Chaddock, previously and on the record and something, he had said that ADHD is an option but not a solution. Is that your opinion?
What does that mean? What do you mean by that?
It's what Mike Chaddock had said previously. What were your conversations with Mike Chaddock about getting Bubba medicated?
His opinion on medicine is he doesn't like, unless it's needed, he doesn't want to use it. Like me, I don't want to put something in my son's body that I don't know what it will do to him. Like I get my kids shots, but I won't give them the flu vaccine.
So
like, I don't know. I was just scared what it would do.
Okay. So if Bubba were to live with you again, would you still give him ADHD medication that he's prescribed now?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? Because I know what it can happen if he doesn't take his medicine.
And
There's
what
side
can happen?
effects. I know there's certain side effects.
So you said that you know what can happen if he doesn't take his medication. What can happen if he doesn't take his medication?
I know a medicine my cousin took. If she stopped taking it, she could have seizures.
And what medication was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I just knew that was one of the side effects that her parents talked about.
And was she being prescribed for ADHD?
Yes, she was for a while.
Okay. So if Bubba was back in your home and you were unable to administer the medication because you were working, would you trust that Mike Chaddock could?
Yeah.
And would he?
He would, yeah.
And even if he thinks that Bubba doesn't need it, he would still give it to him.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And what's your opinion based off of?
I had him help me take medicine when I needed it, and he didn't agree with it when I had my C-section because I couldn't get out of bed. I mean,
Mike Chaddock didn't want you taking medication after you had a C-section?
Yeah, there was, okay, so I told him I did not want to take like oxycodones after my C-section. So I told him, don't like give me them unless I absolutely need them. I mean,
okay.
What is your question? Like, I'm confused because like
my question is, you said that you were prescribed medication after you had a C-section.
Yeah. And I can refuse to take medicine if I don't want it.
And if I'm not mistaken, I want to be sure that I'm clear on this. You said that Mike either didn't want you to take medication after you had a C-section or wouldn't give it to you after you had a C-section.
What do you mean? I told him I didn't want to take them.
So you told Mike that you didn't want to take them.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so he didn't give you medication because you said, don't give me the medication.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any more questions for Ms. Amiskita.
Right. Ms. Amiskita, this would be your time to redirect, meaning any questions or other information that you had of yourself. So anything you want to cover that you forgot to cover, or anything you wanted to clarify?
No, I don't think so.
All right. And then do you have any other witnesses?
I do not.
All right. Any rebuttal witnesses, Ms. Boulder?
No.
And parties ready for closing arguments or statements?
Yes, Your Honor. If I could just take a 5-minute break. Your Honor, today you've heard evidence from my client, direct evidence from my client. You've heard it from both of his parents. You've seen the 13 exhibits I put forward and some of Miss Amosquita's own exhibits. I don't know for sure what goes on in Miss Amosquita's home. I don't know what goes on between her and Mike Chaddock, but based on pictures and CPS investigations, something is going on in the house. A 5-year-old, while they might, talk about Transformers and dinosaurs, for them to have marks on their arms or to have violent outbursts to the point where they're going half days of school because they can't be controlled because they're not using medication, or they're worried and scared to go back to their mother's home because they don't want to go back to bad Mike or evil Mike. It is not in the child's best interest to go back into that home. You also heard from my client and the 2 witnesses, and can read in the report that multiple people have said that since he has moved from Miss Amosquita's home to Mr. Miller's home, he has done much better in school. He can go for full days now instead of half days. He is taking medication. He's finally medicated. He is going to doctor's visits. He is going into therapy. He is getting the attention that he deserves. I don't know what this boy, what this child has experienced and what he has seen, but as you heard from Mr. Chaddock on the record in Commissioner Nelson's court, he admitted that there is domestic violence in the home. He admitted that Angel had slapped him in the face and that he spit in her face in return. So that Bubba is spitting, he's hitting, he's seeing it from somewhere. And I know that we can say, oh, he probably watches YouTube. I mean, I think that Mr. Chaddock's own admission that, yeah, I grabbed his arm, I probably grabbed a little too hard, I didn't know I left a mark. And then to say, I talk about disciplining him, I don't treat him any differently than my own children, but then from his own admission, he says he treats him differently because it's not his child. I am extremely concerned that if Bubba was to go back into that home, that he wouldn't get the medication that he needs, that he is prescribed, because Mr. Chaddock might not believe that day in giving him medication because he doesn't need it. And based on the cross-examination of Mr. Chaddock, I am under the impression that he will say what he needs to say at any given moment. He doesn't give a direct answer. That's why I'm fairly certain that we can't say for certain what goes on at home, because the testimony will change. I'm concerned because you have a 16-year-old girl who also lives in the house with a history of mental illness, who has admitted to cutting herself, who was kicked indoors. The incident that happened on October 8th, I don't think either one of the Millers kicked in the door. I think either Mike Chaddock kicked in the door, or it was already kicked in from Jordan, because she has a habit of breaking locks. From the CPS investigations, there have been other allegations of Mike Chaddock using force, of allegedly shooting Jordan. And if she didn't, if that's not what happened, then we also have evidence that she changes her story because she's afraid to get kicked out of the home because she doesn't want to end up in foster care. There's also evidence in the CPS report that Miss Amosquita did fall asleep while the child was unattended. And she says that it happened only once, but that was the only time she was caught falling asleep. And based on her own testimony, where she has, not been able to call Bubba because she has fallen asleep, I believe that she's probably really sleepy and she might leave her other children unattended. I don't know, but there are too many unknowns to leave a child in that environment. I just do not believe he is safe. Every time that he's asked about going back to his mother's house, he cries and says, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to Mike. He is finally in a situation now where he is getting the attention that he needs, where he is getting the medical treatment he needs. He's getting the therapy he needs. He's doing well in school. He still has the occasional outbursts and disciplinary issues, but it is a vast improvement from having multiple out of school suspensions. And I would say that putting him back in a home with Mike Chaddock, I mean, you heard it yourself that he doesn't know what's going on in the child's life, even though he says that he has a huge part of it and the child has been there for 5 years, yet he had no idea that the child had multiple out of school suspensions. I don't know how you account for that, either that he's just not paying attention or he's lying. And either way, I would not trust that a child will be safe in that home. Not to mention the fact that there are 2 domestic violence protective orders currently in place. One against Mike Chaddock, enforcing it against my client and my client's son. So there is a domestic violence protective order in place that says Bubba cannot be in the same home as Mike Chaddock. Then there's another domestic violence protective order in place against Miss Amosquita, because Miss Amosquita cannot be trusted to not pick up her son from school and take him back to the house where Mike Chaddock is. She went to the school and picked him up at 10 o'clock in the morning, right after he had been dropped off by his father, because she knew I need to see my son. This is the only time I have. I'm going to take him out of school, take him back to my house just so I can see him. That is an irresponsible decision for a parent to make. She has had the opportunity to have supervised visitations with non-court appointed supervisors. She has the opportunity to pick third parties, including my client's mother who helped raise her, and other parties. She doesn't have to spend 2 to 3 months waiting to see her son because she can't get a hold of a court-appointed supervisor. I understand that that's what she would prefer to do, but if there's another alternative for her to be able to see her son, she has not taken that option. You heard lots of different evidence and seen exhibits from Nicole Miller, who chose not to testify today as she is involved in a divorce with Michael Miller. And her petitions that both I and Ms. Amiskita have put into evidence, it went from, oh, best interest is to keep Mike Chaddock away from my stepson to, oh, I think they should get 50-50 custody now. And she made that declaration after she filed for divorce. And then after Mr. Miller had his divorce petition, his response to the divorce petition, where he said, no, I don't want to split bank accounts with you. I'm going to split bank accounts with you. You can't have half my bank account. I don't want you to have to force the sale of the home and kick me and my other child out of the house. And you didn't get forced out of the house. You chose to keep having an affair. After he wrote those statements, 10 days later is when she wrote an incendiary declaration where for the first time ever, she alleged domestic violence. And so to me, and the reason she didn't appear today is because I personally don't think that she wanted to be questioned about her differing declarations and about her motives for wanting to take one side or the other. And the fact that she called my client the other day asking, what can I do to help you now? I just think there are too many unknowns in this case to really say that a child would be safe in an environment with someone who, quite frankly, is willing to do almost anything to be with their son. And I don't think that Miss Amiskita is a bad mother at all. I think she's just making a terrible decision by remaining in a house with somebody who was admitted to spitting on her, who has slapped her, who has there's weird accusations with the teenage sister. It's just too much. And I don't think a child should be in that environment. And I'm concerned for Miss Amiskita's own children that she has with Mike Chaddock. He's not going anywhere. Also, now that the CPS investigation has been found unfounded for the child abuse accusations against Bubba, he and Ms. Amiskita had the opportunity to file with the court to have that DVPO dropped. It is in the exhibit with the DVPO where Commissioner Nelson said, when the CPS report comes back, you can then file this to have the DVPO dropped. They haven't done that yet. Their remedy was to come and to try to change the parenting plan instead of just getting the DVPO dropped. I don't think they're serious about taking the necessary remedies to better the life of their child, and I just don't think it's a good environment for him. And for that reason, we would ask that the parenting plan that my client has proposed be the one that's adopted here.
All right, thank you. Ms. Amiskita?
Sorry, I might get a little emotional. I just feel like I just really want to see my son, and I've tried doing everything to see him. I've worked with CPS, I've worked with law enforcement. And CPS is the one that told me to go pick my son up from the school. I talked to the cop. He came to my house when Michael called the cops on me taking my son from school. He said I could have him. I wasn't breaking any laws. So that was the only time I had the cops come here and search my house to see if Mike was here. Mike was not here. The evidence is in her exhibits of him not being here. I've tried to be reasonable with Michael. I tried talking to him about everything. He's just so dead set on Mike being this abuser. And if I was with an abuser, I wouldn't be with them. I would leave the relationship instantly. If I was actually getting abused every fucking day, I wouldn't be with them. Sorry. And he's not abusing me. He's not abusing the kids. And all the CPS stuff that was brought up was when my mom and my sister and me were having to deal with that. That's something so unrelated to this. That is a different court case that happened that we just got done with Commissioner Nelson. He dealt with all that. And I've had to withdraw from school because of all this court stuff. I've almost lost my job. Mike lost his job because of this court stuff. I'm the only one working right now. And I've almost had to go to the doctor because of how depressed I've been because of CPS showing up at my doorstep every other weekend because of them being called and me working with them and telling them what's been happening. And I've tried everything. I've tried working with CPS. I've done everything I can. I tried getting the supervised visitations to Michael, but he hasn't read them. I just want it to be 50-50 and for me to see my son, and we are going to try to get our protection order dropped. We just got the paperwork yesterday from CPS. We filled out the paperwork already. We just have to turn it in because we got it yesterday and they were closed. I just want to, I'm sorry. I'm just really emotional about all this. Like I've almost quit my job because I couldn't feel like going because I can't see my son. And like everybody has been trying to help me as much as they can, and it's been so hard. I'm sorry. I think I'm done. I just hear him. I'm sorry.
No apologies. It's fine. I can't imagine how emotional this is. We are at a time when I'm probably not going to be able to, I was hoping to just give you an oral ruling. I don't know that we'll get there, but I frankly think there's some concerns and things that I want to address before we get there anyway. I'm really not sure how this case kind of went from requesting temporary orders to an MSC to trial without any temporary orders ever being entered. So we still don't have an active parenting plan. So this family doesn't have anything here entered. And now we have 2 different restraining orders. The first one, not to say that it isn't significant, and that would be the one against Mr. Chaddock, but frankly, didn't have to impact the entry of a temporary parenting plan. So and that was never done. And I'm sorry that didn't happen. I don't know why that is the case. We really, frankly, have young people here that are raising even younger people and allowing drama to get in the way. The history amongst, frankly, all the people, and I'm going to take Mr. Chaddock out of this situation. I don't know Miss, is it Nicole Miller? Nick. Clearly, all 3 grew up together. Miss Amaskita has been kind of integrated into Mr. Miller's family from a young age. We were together for a very extended period of time. It's frankly a little concerning to me that Miss Amaskita chose to just not see her son, then trust folks that she lived with for an extended period of time, even after not being in a relationship with Mr. Miller. You want to see your son, you see your son, and you do it whatever way possible. I wouldn't wait. And that's kind of concerning. There's a lot of different accusations. I wish there was a GAL in this case. Someone from a neutral standpoint. Frankly, I think every single person associated with Bubba needs to take parenting classes, love and logic, something along those lines. Miss Amaskita has had a lot thrown at her. She's raising a younger sibling, had to deal with a situation with her mother that sounds, from what little I could glean from that, sounds like a traumatic and upsetting situation. Her younger sister is still dealing with that. I'm not going to hold that against Miss Amaskita because she's chosen to do probably the most adult thing in this entire situation and step up and try to raise her child. But clearly not everyone here is always making good decisions. I don't know at what point, clearly the accusations against Mr. Chaddock were the dividing point between these parents being able to work with each other and not being able to work with each other. I'm concerned about some of the text messages, frankly, from all parties. There's accusations being thrown around. I don't know if any people in this situation, including Miss Nicole Miller, understand the seriousness of filing declarations under penalty of perjury in court and changing your mind just because you're upset at somebody. And that doesn't go just to her, it goes to everyone here. And protection orders aren't always the answer to solve these problems. So I'm a little bit at a loss here because it seems like there was some cooperation and that just disappeared. And I'm not, other than the accusation against Mr. Chaddock, I don't know how that all fell apart. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to enter on a temporary basis because I want some evaluations to take place. So I want a DV evaluation to be done by a Washington State certified evaluator for both the petitioner and the respondent, and Mr. Chaddock, if he's going to remain an active member in Ms. Amaskita's household, which I can assume that he is, given that they have children together. Both protection orders allow for some contact as far as if family law case allows it. So I am going to allow for supervised or unprofessional supervised visitation. But I'm going to want that visitation supervised. We have a young child who, as resilient as children are, is seemingly in a very stable place currently. And I think the fact that he hasn't seen his mom and still there's some indications of trauma associated with seeing mom, I think we need to start with supervised visitation. So, and if Miss Amaskita is okay with paternal grandmother, she seemed frankly like a very neutral party to me in her testimony and how she came across. If that's not acceptable to her, then Mr. Miller, you need to work with getting those visitations set up professionally. It sounds like she's already sent you some dates and times. I don't care if you're working, someone else can get the child to those places where they need to be. And I want that to start as soon as possible. So please respond to that and let's get those set up. Are the parties available? I don't expect the DV things to be done by the time I'm setting a review here, but essentially I'd like to enter some orders, some temporary orders, and await the results of some of these other evaluations. One struck on the 9th at 8:45. That's a Friday. Miss Amaskita, it sounds like there's dates available before the 9th for you to get a visitation in.
Yeah, they said Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Okay.
Between 10 and 1 is when I can do them, but I'd have to have Michael get in contact with me.
Okay. And you have access to each other through the parenting app, so I'm ordering that to take place. And if they have visitation, and I think there was a number of hours that were allotted in the order for visitation, so we'll stick with that now. And then I'm going to craft essentially a temporary plan that we'll enter until we get those evaluations back, and then I'll enter a full plan.
Veronica, are you gonna enter that temporary plan on the 9th at 8:45?
That's my hope. Yes.
Okay, and until then, how would you?
Until then, supervised visitation, communication through the parenting app, and start working on getting those evaluations set up. I'd also like you to start working on getting signed up for a parenting class. Love and Logic is the first one that comes to mind. So
okay, Love and Logic.
Love and Logic is, and I think it's online currently.
Okay.
But I think everybody needs to take that kind of a class. So I'm going to just say Love and Logic. And if there's any concerns with finding that, I don't know if Ms. Holder, if you have connections to that, and Ms. Amaskita, if there can be any assistance, but if one of you finds it, and please share it with the other. So we just get this.
I can check with my office staff. I'm sure we have those resources.
All right. And then we'll come back. So we're taking baby steps here is what's happening. So the 9th at 8:45, and I will have at that point a temporary plan that I'll go through with everyone and we'll enter.
Okay. Is there a paper that, like, when you do the parenting class, is there a paper you turn in?
Usually they give you a certificate, and if you want to file that, that's probably a great idea.
Okay.
All right.
And all parties will pay for their own parenting classes?
Yes. So that's on each person.
Okay. That's fine.
All right. And then I'm not even considering child support currently. We'll get there when we get there. I feel like, frankly, this case kind of powered through the system quicker than I would have liked to seen. I'm glad that we're closer to getting a resolution, but I wish there were some other resources that were applied to this case that I think, frankly, could have helped everyone. So that's how we're going to move forward. So we'll see everyone back next Friday, 8:45 a.m. That will be on Zoom. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Good. And Mr. Miller, I just want to make sure, I know your attorney's here, but I want you to make sure you can hear me as well.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. So I reviewed a lot of what's going on, and I'm going to reiterate a little bit what I said before. I feel it's a little unfortunate that I'm glad that we got to a trial because that's a hopeful resolution, but there were a lot of steps that, frankly, kind of got looked over in your case. So I'm working backwards, and I kind of told you guys that a little bit at the beginning. So I'm going to enter an interim ruling, which includes the visitation that I'm going to have in here. So I don't know, and I don't necessarily need an update on the status of the protection orders, because I think I've taken that into consideration in this ruling. So what I'm indicating is that both parties shall attend Love and Logic parenting classes and provide proof of attendance to the court as soon as possible. That communication between the parties is authorized and shall be done through Our Family Wizard parenting application. And this should be the method of communication for the parties, regardless of the status of the protection orders. So I'm authorizing that communication between the two of you. That's an application that you can put on your phone that essentially keeps track of everything. You can share calendars. And frankly, if one side does something to the other side through that app, it'll record it, and that'll be something that, to help each other be mindful of how you're communicating with one another. As previously stated, I'm ordering both parties to undergo a domestic violence evaluation by a Washington certified provider and provide the results to the court within 5 days of receipt of that evaluation. In the interim, Miss Amaskita shall have supervised visitation with the child. I gave this a lot of thought. I still have some concerns, frankly, about the circumstances surrounding Mr. Chaddock and some of his behaviors towards towards the child in question here, and behavior towards some of the other family members. So, and I reviewed again some of the testimony, and I have to note that I'm sorry, Ms. Sager, her testimony was very, in my opinion, neutral and involved in the best interest of the child. Clearly, she has a long-term relationship, obviously, with her son, but also with Miss Amaskita. So here's what I'm suggesting. My suggestion is that she seemed willing to be a supervisor, and I would like the respondent to consider her being a supervisor for visitation. There is a visitation supervision rules form, Ms. Holder, that we have here in Cowlitz County, and it's basically just a 2-page thing saying that, my obligation is to the child in the best interest of the child. If I see anything from either party that concerns me, that I'll let the court know. It's pretty generic, in that they're willing to supervise. So if Ms. Amaskita is willing to allow her to supervise, I would like her to receive up to 8 hours of visitation a week. That can be broken up into multiple visits to accommodate the schedule of the parties, or however. I'm not going to, given everybody's different work schedules and other children, I don't want to, I'd ideally like to leave that to the parties to try to work out. If Miss Amaskita chooses to refuse that as visitation in the interim, then I'm authorizing up to 4 hours a week of professionally supervised visitation. The visitation shall occur with just Miss Amaskita. Mr. Chaddock should not be part of any visitation at this time. And as I stated, if Ms. Amaskita chooses not to utilize the non-professional supervisor for visitation, then she's authorized up to 4 hours a week for professionally supervised visitation. And that party shall communicate through the professional supervisor to coordinate those visits. I'm going to set this case for review on August 8th, 2023 at 1 p.m. for compliance with the above orders. So, you may or may not be able to get those evaluations done by then. My hope is that you will. If you are able to get those evaluations done prior to that, I'm more than happy to review it sooner. So if you're able to communicate with one another through that Our Family Wizarding app, and you both get your evaluations done within a month, it's noted on the docket, and I'll review it as soon as you note it up. But I wanted to put a date out there so it doesn't just kind of slip through the cracks. Mr. Miller shall remain the primary parent in the interim and have all non-emergent healthcare authority for the child, as well as the decision-making authority for the child for school until a final parenting plan is entered, which hopefully will be in August. Neither parent shall inquire of the child their requests or concerns about visitation, or inquire about or speak disparagingly about the other parent during their time with the child, and no discussion of the parenting plan with the child at all, other than to inform the child when scheduled visitation is happening. So this will be based on the protection orders. And like I said, I don't know the status of that. I understand that you were going to be revisiting that. The this will, because of the language that was included in those, this will supersede. So you will be allowed, Ms. Amaskita, to see your child, even if that protection order is still in place. It just will be supervised at this time, either professionally or unprofessionally, whichever you choose. Any questions about any of that at this point?
Your Honor, I have 2 points I'd like to bring up.
Sure.
First of all, Mr. Miller has already begun taking his parenting classes, but it was not through Love and Logic. We provided him with another one, which is Children in Between.
Okay.
If that would be okay with the court.
I'll interlineate that Love and Logic or Children in Between.
Okay.
I don't know, Ms. Amaskita, have you started a parenting class yet?
Yeah, we both started Love and Logic, and we have our assessment RA set.
Perfect. And since you started Love and Logic, Ms. Amaskita, do you know how long that class is?
6 hour. It's a 6-hour course over a period of time
Okay.
with 6 different modules.
Perfect. Okay. So I'll include in there, Ms. Holder, Love and Logic or Children in Between. If Mr. Miller wants to take Love and Logic as well, great. But I definitely want a parenting class. All right, Ms. Holder, what was your other issue?
My second issue is I would like the court to be aware that like this was mostly pro se up until a few weeks ago, and I think you can note that from my notice of appearance. And because Ms. Amaskita is pro se, I just would like the court and Ms. Amaskita to know that if she feels Mr. Miller or there's a breakdown of communication or something is going on, feel free, she can contact me and I will treat her with the utmost respect and I will have conversations with her like she is another attorney, but I will break it down in more simple terms for someone who is not an attorney. So I just want Ms. Amaskita and the court to know that I am willing to work with her and trying to negotiate. And if something is not clear, she doesn't understand something, while I cannot give her legal advice, I am more than willing to work with her.
So, and I appreciate that, Ms. Holder. So what essentially that means, Ms. Amaskita, is if you want to find out if Mr. Miller is ready to note this on a docket sooner or something along those lines, you can call her office and say, hey, look, we got all of our stuff done. How is Michael close? Can we get this on before? Or if any other questions about that, if you have a question about, I'm sure Ms. Holder is also familiar with our Family Wizard, and if, to make sure that you two can connect on that app, it sounds like she'd be willing to help with that as well. I would like the visitations to start as soon as possible. Ms. Amaskita hasn't seen her child since February, I think. So as soon as the parties are able to work together and get visitations started, either through Ms. Sager or through professional supervision location, that might take a little longer to get set up, but hopefully everybody will work together to get that started as soon as possible.
Your Honor, may I ask Ms. Amaskita if she would be willing to use Ms. Sager or if she needs some more time to think about it?
I'll use her because the places are fully booked.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. As I stated, I'm more than happy to review this before that August 8th date at 1 p.m. So if you want to note it on sooner, I'm more than happy to. And then obviously, Ms. Amaskita, I understand you and Mr. Chaddock are pursuing options as far as those restraining orders go. This, as far as the order with you and the child and you and Mr. Miller, this will supersede that as long as you follow the order with the parenting app and the supervised visitation. All right.
Okay.
All right. I look forward to getting the information back from you all. You can submit anything as soon as you get it if you want, and to ensure that I've reviewed it before that August 8th date. If you both mutually decide that, hey, we're not going to have our stuff back by that date, if it's taking a little longer and you want to strike that and reset it, and you're willing to work together on that, that's fine as well.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully those first visitations get started very soon, and I wish you guys all the best of luck, and we'll see you August 8th at 1 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Look for the link to part 2 in the description box below, where we have 18 more hearings in this case, so the judge can review their compliance with her orders and monitor mom's visitation to see how it goes. It's rarely a straightforward thing with high conflict couples, so you don't want to miss it.